Okay, the time is 2 p.m. and I'll call the Tuesday, May 13th, 2025 regular council meeting to order and begin with a land acknowledgement that the city of Fort Saskatchewan is located on Treaty 6 territory and Métis Nation of Alberta District 11. And we recognize that we stand upon the land that carries the footsteps of many Indigenous peoples, including the Nihilwak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis. And the city honors the First Peoples of the land and is committed to fostering reconciliation through relationship building, knowledge gathering, and education. Thank you. So with that, we do have a consent agenda, which includes 3.1, approval of the April 22nd minutes, 6.1 to schedule May 20 regular council meeting, and 7.1 2025 property tax bylaw. So I will require a motion, or if anybody wishes to have any of these taken out and dealt with separately, this would be the time to make that request. Councillor Kelly.
Yes, thank you. I would ask that 7.1 be removed from the consent agenda and dealt with separately as part of the meeting.
Okay, thank you. So that one will be taken out and we will deal with that after. Okay, so with that, I will ask for an approval of the consent agenda, which would be for items 3.1 and 6.1. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, I'll move that council approve the consent agenda items 3.1 and 6.1.
Thank you. Close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. Oh, Councillor Macon.
It says I'm absent.
Jennifer, are you? We wouldn't want to get you kicked out on a technicality.
I'm here.
Okay, can you redo that, Jennifer? Oh, you want us to revote? What's going on, Mr. Kaiser?
Yeah, sorry about that. If you can, just cast your votes once more in eScribe. Apologies for the technical blip there.
Okay, did it come up?
Yeah, we voted already.
Oh, I voted.
It's come up again?
Yeah, yeah. No, I voted already.
We vote again. You're going to have to do it again.
Oh.
Okay, there we are. It is carried 6-0. All right, thank you very much. All right, we'll move on to delegations. If there's anybody who wishes to speak to either of the next two items that are on the agenda, the fire services scoping study or the 2025 property tax rate bylaw, this would be your time to come forward and you would have 5 minutes. Okay, not seeing anybody coming forward. We will move right on to the fire services scoping study. We have Paul Edgington and Todd Martins.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Paul Edgington, General Manager of Community and Protective Services, and I'm joined by Chief Martins, Deputy Chief Buchanan, and Deputy Chief Gillard in the back of the room, as well as Director Grant Schaefer from our engineering department as well. Today we're in front of you to provide some additional analysis pertaining to the fire station scoping study that the administration presented on March 11th. As a result of that discussion, Council had asked for further analysis, and as per the agenda on the screen, Council approved this agenda on March 25th. On the second page of your Council report, administration has outlined all 8 of the topics before you on the screen, and within the report goes into depth on the attachments that are pertaining to each of the topics before you today. On the third page of the Council report, administration has provided some information around financial implications. This will be explored further on Section 7 under Fire Hall Design and Costs, As well, our finance team has provided some information pertaining to the city's debt capacity. That will be provided under number 7, Fire Hall Design and Costs. As well, administration is not asking for any direction from council formally today, but have provided 3 motions for council's consideration if a member of council does want to make a motion at the conclusion of the presentation. Just briefly want to touch on format of the presentation today. There's a lot of information to cover over the meeting today. So for each of the topics, when a member from our team will present, followed by a pause to take questions from council, and we'll go through that until all the questions have been taken. And then once that has been concluded, we'll move on to the next topic and so forth. So with that, I'll hand it off to Chief Martins to talk about the Fire Master Plan.
Okay. Councillor Kelly, you have a question? Second.
Thank you. If you're not looking for a response from council, and if you don't get a motion from council, then what's the next step? Where does this go from here?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Kelly. So administration has not yet scheduled another date to bring a potential decision back to council. We were waiting to see how the discussion went today. So we would to reflect on today's discussion and then choose a meeting for a future date to bring that item back to council.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, welcome Chief Martins.
Okay, good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. I'm here to present the Fire Master Plan overview. So the first point we had, if you remember, Bear presented us the Fire Master Plan back in early 2023, and it outlined 27 recommendations for council to consider. Through that process, we came back with a fire service implementation plan, and council did approve some positions, the 4 positions for fire services, as well as the EM position and our safety codes position. Moving forward, we did look at those 27 recommendations, and 14 of those recommendations were completed. And we have about another 4 or 5 of the recommendations in Attachment A that currently are ongoing that we'll bring back through the fire services policy in 2026. The next one is the council. Oh, sorry, Paul, back. This council policy, that fire service level of service policy that council approved. Just a quick overview of that. That was the policy that spoke to our response time, the HERF standard, the high intensity residential fires, and how we respond 10 minutes, within 10 minutes, 90% of the time, not just for fires, but for all of emergency incidents. It also outlined in the service level policy what types of calls we go to, what service level we provide, like swift water, an ice rescue. And again, that's in the service level policy that reviews. And the last one, again, just spoke to the number of staffing and trucks that we guarantee to have on scene, again, based on that policy that council approved. So that was 3 plus 1 incident commander on scene within 10 minutes, 90% of the time. And that's strictly the HERF standard. That is not NFPA. Next slide. So this next slide talked about the mapping coverage that was in the Fire Service Master Plan. And when we looked at the 2 maps, we looked at the first map, which was the single station, and just how far we could achieve the 10 minutes, 90% at the time with the 1 station, as well as we looked at current road networks and any development that we had coming up. And then when we looked at that, that gave us our first map in red there. And then when we had added the additional station with the land that we had purchased, we looked at, again, the annexed land, response time, service level policy, and we looked at where we could get based on road networks again. So that's outlined in purple. And then it also looked at cross coverage. So how far would this fire hall be able to go back toward the other hall, depending on type of incidents that we might have. So that's what the second map covered through the Fire Service Master Plan. Next slide. So when we looked at the second fire hall, through whether it was through the fire underwriter survey or the fire master plan, we really looked at the HERF, the 10 minutes, 90% of the time that was outlined in the policy. And this was a consistent theme throughout. Again, the fire underwriters, the master plan, as well as when we looked at where our response was going, where the growth of the city was going, and our call volume was increasing. So that's what we basically looked at, and then we took the fire service master plan recommendations to move forward into the decision on the second fire station. Next slide. So again, to achieve the city's policy of the 1090, this is why the second hall came up again, so that we could look at the response times that we have and the city's growth. We also looked at the training side and our capacity at this current station, and we also looked at emergency management as far as growth and need within the city. And with that, I take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions on the master plan itself? Councillor Kelly?
Excuse me. Thank you, Fire Chief. I'm curious, the recommendation number 22, which is on page 4 of your report, talks about shoot time. And the recommendation was investigate opportunities to improve shoot time. I would have thought that the recommendation and or the goal would be to meet NAFTA and NFPA standards for shoot time. Are we meeting those standards currently?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So when we looked at our shoot times, we don't meet the current NFPA standards. We're close, but we don't meet the current NFPA standards. We have an internal policy of 90 seconds. When we reviewed what our average was through our data, that was right around where we were. Again, the NFPA target is in another report that we presented to council. I think it was back in August of last year on shoot times. And a few things that we did to help, I guess, lessen our shoot times was move the trucks closer in the hall to where a lot of the activity that we do, like the training room and that side of the station. We also opening up the fire pole, instead of going around, we have the ability to drop right down into the middle of the bay. So we also present reports to our platoon chiefs monthly on shoot times. And again, just really encourage that shoot times are important, so that if they're outside, that they're using equipment that's not frontline equipment either. That was a challenge that we were seeing, that they were using frontline equipment and it was taking some time to put that equipment away. So now we're using backup equipment, so it's easier to just drop and go when we do have a call. Sometimes the challenge with the shoot time is, as we're in the city and we're doing other things, it is lengthened throughout the day. If we're out doing a fire inspection or we're out doing some training, that time does lengthen. But we have looked at the shoot time. It's just the NFPA we don't meet.
What is the NFPA standard? Refresh my memory. You said we have an internal standard of 90 seconds. What is the NFPA standard, and where are we sitting now on average 90% of the time?
Just 1 second. Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So again, our internal is 90 seconds and NFPA is 80 seconds. So we are close to that. If I look at shoot time for all incidents, we're sitting right around 90%, and this just isn't fire. This is every incident that we go to. So we're around 90% with meeting our policy, and we're about 79% with NFPA. So we're really close. But again, that's all of it. I'd have to break down each different one to go look at what they like, whether it's a fire call or a medical or a hazard call.
I guess that was going to be my next question. You just touched on it. The NFPA standard, I think, is a fire response, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
So how do we sit with just fire response?
Sorry, I do have it here. So, Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So, I have what we did was when we looked at NFPA, we looked at the total response time, alarm handling, shoot time, and travel time, and just for fire, we're at 88%.
So 10 minutes, 80% of the time. Is that what I understood?
Yeah. And NFPA.
But shoot time specifically?
Sorry, I do have that here as well.
Keep asking only, Fire Chief, not
Yep.
to make your life difficult, but shoot time is the one thing that we can control at really no additional cost to the taxpayer.
Correct. Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So it's 79%. We're really close on that.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Okay, Councillor Macon.
Thank you. My question really is what I think maybe it's missing in the fire service master plan, or maybe I'm just not seeing it, is that later on in the documents here, it gave a breakdown of a whole bunch of municipalities and what they have for fire service and what they spend, number of firefighters, that kind of thing. And when I was kind of analyzing that data, there was not a lot of rhyme or reason to why some municipalities of a certain size have this many or another has that many. There just didn't seem to be any correlation. So I was trying to understand, I went back through the fire service master plan to see if I could figure out, like, how is it that we address growth as part of this plan? And I couldn't find a lot of things in there that actually spoke to how we will grow. And being as that it is the plan, that's what I was looking for. And so I'm just wondering, what is the standard method we use? Is it simply service level policy and monitoring those numbers, and as they start to decrease, then we start to look at needing to add people or need to add locations, or, you know, service level as it relates to service area or population? Because I just couldn't seem to find the correlation to that.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Megan. So when we looked at the comparators, we didn't just look at size of city. And we don't just look at the size of the city when we look at it. And there's a number of things that we look at. Risk is one of them. So every city has different type of risk level. We looked at, again, the population growth. We look at development. We look at service level. What seems to be that area. So like for us, we have the river. So that's a great service level for us to have, whereas other communities don't. So they don't have that in their service level. We take into consideration the fire underwriter study when we look at that as well, like our water supply. So we kind of, when we look at that, it's not just one answer. It's just not population growth triggers X. We did look at, in Alberta, we looked at the different municipalities and what seemed to be a trigger. And again, there wasn't, but what we did notice, whether you had 2 halls or 47 halls, it varied anywhere from 22,000 to 33,000 where it could trigger a new hall, but there was no definitive answer.
Right. Okay. I think that was my only question on the actual plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
On that line of thought process, and maybe I missed it, but when you look at the geography of each one of the municipalities, it's shown as a comparison, as a municipal comparator. Where do we rank in terms of overall geographic range that we're going to ultimately have to protect as we grow totally out? Because when I look at Spruce Grove, they do not have the same geography that we do, and they have 1 hall. They can meet their response timelines quite adequately because they're in between 2 major highways. They're going east, they're going a little bit west, but they're constrained to the west because Stony Plain's there. So our geography, with the annexation that we did in the last term of council, is quite a bit larger than most of the municipalities. I don't know. Can you comment on that?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Harris. So that is something we look at. We look at the overall size and population density as well per square meter. And you hit it on the head. We're growing this way, whereas the other municipalities are a little more rounder, so to speak. When we talk about HERF standard and NFPA, again, our challenge with the city is, again, that length growth, linear growth instead of the circle like Spruce Grove, like you mentioned. Yes.
Yeah, and so I look at that only in the context of it's information that's kind of interesting, but I don't see it ultimately should shape our decision. Our decision should be based on the premise of, you know, what we have to provide, and that's kind of where I'm coming from on that. So my second question is, with this stuff, the study that was done, that's an American organization, right?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Harris. So NFPA is used in Canada and the U.S., North America, and it's a guideline industry best practice. Yep.
But it draws primarily on an American experience, because in the United States, their building codes, their structural standards are completely different, to my knowledge. And I've got a little bit of experience in that area. So to compare the two, or to say that information should be shaping our outcomes and our responses, I mean, does that make sense?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Harris, yes. So a lot of the data with NFPA started in the U.S. And grew to the Canadian data that's in there, but it is a document that is more fluid in the United States, and different parameters and different factors, and that's why it is a guideline, and it's up to each jurisdiction to set those parameters through the service level policy and what we follow.
So again, ultimately, it comes down to what's the local requirement to meet, and this is just background information. Is kind of what I'm taking from that comment. Good, thanks.
Okay. Okay, thank you. We'll go on to round 2 of questions on this one. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. To continue on with what Councillor Harris started, probably worthwhile having a brief discussion and a refresher on the NFPA standards. They are just that. They are standards. There's nothing requiring this community or, in fact, any other community to adopt them. Isn't that correct?
You're correct.
The HERF standards you mentioned, I think, and this is my recollection, are part of the safety code related to buildings, and those are set by within a Canadian context.
So, Your Worship, through Councillor Kelly, yes. So that is in the Alberta Code, is the HERF standard, whereas NFPA is in industry best practice or a guideline. The only other place that NFPA comes up is in OH&S, and OH&S basically just refers to that municipalities need to, I have it here, include the reference to NFPA, and then set their level of service based off of NFPA or industry best practice. Again, it comes back to the municipalities to set their level of service.
Thank you, because if I may, and I don't see any names, so I'll continue until Mayor Katcher asks me to be quiet, but the NFPA standards acknowledge that there are various types of communities with fire services and various needs. For instance, rural versus urban, or for instance, a mixed fire hall where there's some full-time and some on-call type staffing. You make the comment in your report that you consider Fort Saskatchewan to be urban. I think if you just look at the population, I think you're correct. I think you could easily be correct, and it would be hard to argue. But my thought as a councillor is, and I'm looking for a comment from you when I'm done, is that the transition to a fully staffed fire hall is still relatively new in our community, and in fact was promoted to council 7 years ago as being a mixed variety where there would be some full and some on-call personnel. And I think that's still the case, correct?
Correct.
So, given that, then it's understandable that some of the NFPA standards we might have difficulty meeting, and or we're referring to the incorrect standard. I think you refer in your report to, I'm trusting my memory here, 1710 for urban versus 1720 for rural.
Correct.
is there a standard for mixed that's referenced in the report that I'm unaware of?
So, Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So, 1720 is the mix. And that is what we call a composite department, which we are. We are full-time and casual or paid on call. And it speaks to more about not the number of staff you have per truck, per fire truck, but the number of staff you get at the incident in certain times. It also speaks again a little bit to the density on where your staffing number should be based on your population density. Whereas 1710, which is full-time, no casual or paid on call, they get into the detail of the number of staff you have for residential, commercial buildings, as well as the number of staff per truck. And then the times are similar between the two. However, the reason I put it in the report was you're correct in saying we're new, and so we're kind of pulling from a little bit of both right now.
I'll continue, but I see Councillor Noyan's on, so I'll give up the mic for a minute. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Noyan, you're next.
Thanks for kicking off the presentation here, gentlemen. Attachment 1A map, I think 3 quotes that potential added coverage provided for 10-minute response times, that the potential added coverage provided if a new fire station was constructed, implies that any of the concept designs would fulfill our 10-minute response time or ameliorate the 10-minute response time that we currently have. So I don't want to get into population thresholds and concepts at this point, which we'll be doing later. But can you confirm that that statement I made is accurate in terms of any of the concepts fulfill and improve the response time to a NFPA standard that is I guess above the threshold of minimum.
Sure, Your Worship, through Councillor Noyan. So you are correct. All of the options would meet the service level for the 10-minute 90% of the time. Where we looked at, again, with the fire master plan and all the other studies we did, like the underwriters and the training piece and the ECC, that's where we looked at, again, when we looked at the future growth of the city, adding staff, adding training, emergency coordination center, that's where we looked at the other options. But yes, they do all meet the service level policy.
Absolutely, thanks. And then just furthermore to that, what would be a population threshold, a servicing capacity for the population in terms of numbers before a new fire hall would have to be built south of the annex lands?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Noyan, again, we didn't really specifically just look at the population.
Right, and densities, yeah.
We did look at the density, and if you looked at our density, I think it's in the report.
And that obviously is subject to the type of development that occurs, is basically what it says. So there's no really
correct. Yeah, and it speaks to more about staffing when we talk population density.
Right.
With the little chart in there, the suburban speaks to anywhere between 500 and 1,000 meters squared. Is recommending 10 full-time staff.
Right. Okay. They're good enough for now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, round 3.
You bet. Thank you. Fire Chief, I might be jumping ahead here, but just back to 1720 for a minute. I think in your report you give an explanation of some points as to why you'd like to move to standard 1710. Am I jumping ahead? Is that coming up at a later part of this?
It's under attachment 3 under the staffing component.
Okay, then I'll wait, no problem. Likewise with the fire department service level policy, is that to be discussed as part of your?
That was what we just touched on now.
So I can address that and not jump ahead. Okay. Just a real quick one. Initial passing or the current revision is July 9th, 2019. I think most of us were on council at that time. Next review date diarized January 1, 22. I don't think that happened, did it?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly, it did not. At that time, when I was reviewing the service level policy, we were in the middle of bargaining, and we were doing the fire master plan through 2022, and we didn't present till early 2023 to council with the fire master plan. So we wanted to wait to see what happened with the CBA as well as the fire service master plan. So we looked at possibly bringing it this year, but we moved it into next year to bring that back to council to have the discussion on the service level policy with the changes from the fire master plan. Like I said, there's probably about 4 or 5 in the fire service master plan that speak to how often fire service would report to council, what type of service, response times, shoot times, all that. Those were recommendations in the fire master plan now that we've moved into this service level document as a draft to bring back to council.
Okay, it's part of the policy that the fire hall responds to medical calls. In fact, medical calls are by far and away the largest percentage of your action at the fire hall. When I read this policy, it says medical response or co-response. How is the fire hall involved in a call? There's a 911 system, I assume, and you call 911 if you want an ambulance, and that call then is directed to both the fire hall and the EMS provider so that both get it and both respond?
Yeah, so your worship, through to Councillor Kelly, so when you dial 911, they'll ask you if you want police, fire, and ambulance. If you need ambulance, they choose the ambulance. Then our dispatch center is Strathcona County. They send that call then on to Alberta Health Services. We are part of the Alberta Health Services first responder program, which is in the service level policy. And then we have identified the type of call determinants that we would respond to, which would trigger us to then go out to a call. So we look at from the least severe to the severe. So that's Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo. So we only go to Delta and Echoes. And so the severe and Charlie's at a time delay. So if an ambulance is more than 10 minutes away, we will go to certain Charlie calls, which are kind of mediocre. Anything that's less than that, the Alpha and the Bravos, we don't respond to that. And that's set up through the first responder program with Alberta Health Services.
And that was getting to my next question, so thank you. This is part of a program that's recognized through Alberta Health Services, and it happens throughout the province?
Correct.
Has the province published any data or any reporting on the success of the program that council members could read?
Your worship, through Councillor Kelly, I don't know exactly what report. I know we've had Alberta Health come and speak to council in my time. The program is successful for a lot of the municipalities that are involved with the challenges we're seeing with the ambulance service in the province. And the long wait times. So having a municipality have the first responder program gives us the access to respond to certain types of calls. The nice part about the first responder program is if a fire call comes in or another emergency, we don't have to respond to the medicals because we're not bound by a contract. We are signed up through the first responder program, but because it's not a contract which is paid by Alberta Health Service to us, we're not obligated should we have an emergency within the city based on our other service level policy stuff.
One last question on this, Mayor Katcher, and then I'll sign off for now. Being a part of this program is voluntary from the basis of the city of Fort Saskatchewan. It's not mandatory because we have a fire hall. It's voluntary, and the fire hall or somebody in administration thought it would be a good idea.
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So it's not mandatory. It is part of our service level policy right now, and that would be a decision of council.
Thank you.
Councillor Macon, you're on round 2.
Thank you. I just had a quick question. Councillor Kelly reminded me of something I thought of when I was reading through the master plan. Under medical first response, on page 47 of the report, it says The department currently has limited response for Delta and Echo priority emergencies, which are potentially or immediately life-threatening. Then it says the automatic aid agreement with Strathcona County Emergency Services provides additional response capabilities for this type of higher acuity calls. But I didn't really understand that statement because I don't think that we have a mutual agreement specific to medical response. That's through Alberta Health Services.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Macon, you are correct. There is no medical agreement. Strathcona County and DC Buchanan can jump in, but they have their own agreement that they provide to the province and how the system works for cross coverage with ambulance service. But we do not. We have an auto aid agreement with Strathcona County for structure fires
Right.
only. And that's the only thing they would come in for is on a confirmed structure fire. They would come in and assist us, and then we try to release them as soon as we can. But as far as the ambulance piece, that's not and I guess unless DC Buchanan wants.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Macon, like Chief highlighted, we may respond with the Strathcona County unit on a medical call, but it's not part of that auto aid agreement. So that Strathcona County ambulance would be dispatched to the 911 system, and then based on the call determinant, if it's a Charlie within a certain time parameter, a Delta or an Echo, one of our fire apparatus would respond with them. But in terms of the terminology, the auto aid, that is just for a confirmed structure fire
Okay.
in Fort Saskatchewan.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the clarity.
Okay, thank you. You're still on the same topic, so. Councillor,
Pretty much.
okay, still on the master plan. Go ahead. Round 4.
I'm the only one up so far, so I'll continue. Thank you, Mayor Katcher. Again, if I'm jumping ahead, I can wait. But in terms of residential fires, the calls that you reported and gave us in your report, I think for 24, can you give us a breakdown on those? What percentage were, say, high intensity, and what were the rest? Or what number? The numbers are so small. Don't give me percentages. Just give me numbers if you could.
Yeah, Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So for structure fires, we responded to 52. Now that was coded structure fires. If we break that down a little further and we actually have a structure fire, I think we're around 14 confirmed structure fires. Again, they get coded as a structure fire. We respond. Lots of times we don't know, so that's how they're coded from dispatch. We get there, it's a plant smoking on, on fire on the deck or something. So when we break down, I think it's about 3% of our total call volume.
That's the 52.
Correct.
Can you break that 52 down further for me? How many were plants and how many were actual walls burning?
Councillor, I don't have that with me today.
Okay. Yeah. And again, if I'm jumping ahead, stop me, because I can certainly wait. When we talk about structure fires, and in particular residential fires, I know you've quoted these numbers in front of council before, but I'd just like to hear them again if you would. The flash time for, an anticipated flash time for a residential fire would be how many minutes?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly, fire doubles every 30 seconds, so I think flash time is around 3 minutes.
So if I said in my own notes 3 to 5 minutes, I'd have it nailed, correct?
Correct.
If I'm asleep in a bed in my house and a fire starts in the basement, approximately how many minutes can I expect to live if I don't have a smoke detector?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly, off the top of my head, I don't know. There's a lot of factors that would depend. Maybe DC can speak to that one.
Your Worship, through to Councillor, there are a lot of factors that come into play with that question. The highest risk today within our fires is what is labeled as our room and contents. So in today's
labeled what?
Room and contents. So a room and contents fire. So we have our foundational structure. The makeup of our mattresses, our couches, our furniture, everything is made of these extremely flammable, extremely toxic plastics. And within minutes, somebody could succumb to those in that incident.
And I guess the point I'm going to get to, and I'll put it on the table for you guys to address, is that the off gases and the smoke always are dangerous and act fairly quickly in the case of a fire. Would that be an accurate statement?
You're correct.
Yeah, that's correct. Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So we call the toxic twins in the fire service. So that's carbon monoxide and hydrogen cyanide. And those are the toxic two killers within our industry, whether it be fighting the fire or afterwards a risk to our crews as well.
Thank you, gentlemen. You confirmed what I thought. Appreciate it.
Okay, we'll go on to your next topic.
The next topic up is the NFPA report. This was asked to be added to the agenda, and the administration has added that to the agenda, as well as provided the link to the NFPA report on home structure fires dated March 2023. Our team is ready to answer any questions the council might have.
Okay. Are there any more questions on the NAFTA? Councillor Kelly?
You knew there would be. I'm pleased that this is in the report. When I found it, I was very interested in the reporting within the report. So I'm going to read these in and allow you guys to comment if the Canadian experience, in your opinion, is roughly equivalent, because as Councillor Harris pointed out, this research is certainly done in the United States. The key findings of this report are that since 1980, and this is a March 31, 2023 report, since 80, the population-based fire incidents has dropped by more than 50%. Would that be sort of consistent with Canadian experience?
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly, yes, that's accurate statements. Although these stats were taken from the U.S., we do see some similarities with that here in Canada.
I would think so as well. Likewise, with the residential fire, home fire death rate on a population adjusted basis over that period of time, this report suggests that it's dropped by a factor of about 2/3. You'd agree that that's sort of similar to the experience in Canada as well?
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly, we do thank you for guiding us to this NFPA report. I did do a thorough breakdown on it, and I've sort of summarized 3 main points of why fire deaths have plateaued since the 1980s. The first one we looked at is improved fire standards. So through enhanced building codes and regulations, this has led to safer home structures. Second, there's a widespread use of smoke alarms. So the increased installation and maintenance of smoke alarms has significantly improved the early detection of fires. And finally, through public education campaigns. So effective fire safety programs have raised awareness and taught people how to prevent and respond to fires effectively.
And thank you. My reading confirms exactly what you've said, obviously. The furniture in the room is the biggest risk, and one of the leading causes still remains today smoking incidents, which is incredibly unfortunate because furniture could be made fire resistant with very minimal cost. And I actually thought most of it, if not all of it, already was. Just one last comment, question then. In the key findings, they make the statement that I thought was really interesting, and I'm going to quote the report. It says, it appears that most of the reduction in fire deaths over the past decades has been due to a reduction in fires rather than the prevention of harm after a fire is reported, which I think makes sense, but an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And you guys, you're nodding, I think you would agree it applies in Canada and in preventing fire deaths as well. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. I've got one question. So with the NAFTA report and the 10-minute response time, so I anticipate probably when this was developed, probably a majority of the homes were single family as opposed to what they are now. So does it actually define, the different types of housing and should a response time be faster for areas that are very dense as opposed to single family?
to your worship. If I remember correctly, not just from this report, but from NFPA, they base it on a residential house. I think it's at 2,000 square feet is what they base all the research on. And again, those are the risk factors. Without going down a rabbit hole, there's other types of response deployment for areas that are the density is greater, whether it's residential or commercial or multifamily. In multifamily structures, condos, there's different code that comes into play to help with some of those risks. So it's not specific to a smaller. It's based. I think it's the same across the board.
Okay, and I guess I only asked that question because apartments or condos, would they be sprinklered as opposed to non-sprinklered?
So to your worship, yes. So again, that's commercial, multi-use, the condos, the high rises. The type of use dictates this whether a building is sprinklered, and we put in stairwells and exits and sprinklers based on that type of use, so to mitigate to those issues.
But not a requirement for the townhouses, so like what we're seeing out in West Park?
Correct. Sprinklers are not in the national or the Alberta Fire Code, and we don't have any jurisdiction in your residential house. We stick to the commercial side of the fire code or safety code, so we have no jurisdiction on the sprinkler piece. And I think there was a report in 2011 that was presented to council at that time about sprinklers. But for residents, that's always the challenge for us is the contents in your home. We can help with mitigate risk on the outside through development, but it's the inside in that room and contents that's the challenge for us.
Okay, and I remember that report. I remember who was on council then. And the only reason I asked that is the effectiveness of it, because when I look at that recent fire that was in Edmonton, if that was a sprinklered building, it was still fairly catastrophic. Like they didn't seem to put anything out. So,
to your worship, yes. So, depending on where you put your sprinklers and how the fire spread. So, typically our sprinklers aren't in attics or outside buildings. So, if you have a fire that spreads in the void space and goes into the attic, that's normally how they run. They run across the void space and then they come down. So the sprinklers wouldn't have helped in that circumstance, correct?
Okay, I'll have some more. Councillor Nguyen, you're on round one.
Yeah, thanks. Just picking up on sprinklers, you mentioned that there's no jurisdiction that we have. It's not provincially regulated, but why can't a municipality impose an engineering standard to require them in residential?
Mr. Fleming?
Do you want me to? Okay. It's not my area of expertise, but I did some running around in the last 24 hours and talked to a few people. So what I found from a couple conversations with our staff and a couple phone calls, because I didn't believe it at first, but no, we can't mandate sprinklers because we're not the authority having jurisdiction with respect to the Alberta Building Code. So this was actually, Janelle found it because she was around in 2011 too. I came just after, but the council of the day actually went on a mission. They had administration write a report saying we want to mandate sprinklers. I think Councillor Van Delden at the time championed it. We got a legal opinion, which we still have, and it said if you passed a bylaw like that, it would be unenforceable and it would essentially be null and void. So the recommendation was to advocate to the province to change the building code to allow municipalities that power. At the 2012 AB Munis conference, Fort Saskatchewan sponsored a resolution and it was passed by the membership and the advocacy was undertaken. But to date, that was 14 years ago. To date, the provincial government still hasn't changed it. We found evidence. We know that the city of Calgary's advocated for the same, city of Beaumont. There was a resolution we found from 2016 with RMA, same thing. But as of now, municipalities don't have the ability to exceed to create rules that exceed the standards in the building code, the Alberta Building Code.
A great explanation. So then we need a resolution at Alberta municipalities once again, or revisit that to advocate for that standard of or the change of the building code then.
Yeah, through your worship, certainly we could do that. My read on the situation would be that municipalities have essentially given up.
Right.
And that's why you just don't hear about it anymore, because the provincial government over 14 years has been
over
pretty...
14 years ago with new councils to date, right? So, and another new council happening in a few months here. So essentially, if we wanted to investigate giving that authority to municipalities to impose that engineering standard, then that is effectively
if you want AB Munis to advocate on our behalf, then that's what the resolution essentially does, is it gives direction to AB Munis to advocate to the province.
Okay, well, I look forward to that.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go on to round two on this one. Councillor Kelly.
It was next on my list to talk about sprinklers as well. So I'm surprised by that news, Troy, and disappointed too. I know personally one family member and one close friend who built new houses within the last couple of years, one in the city of Vancouver, and it was mandated in the city of Vancouver that they put a sprinkler system in. I didn't understand for a second that it wouldn't be possible to mandate in Alberta. The other one was a close friend who built on an acreage in rural Strathcona, and they put one in. And the point is that the sprinkler systems themselves were, I thought, very reasonably priced. The houses were oversized. The friend's house, I'm thinking, is over 2,000 square feet and developed on full basement development and main floor development, sprinklered on both levels for a cost of around $6,500. That's his communication to me literally a few days ago. The family member that I know in Vancouver sprinklered 3 floors, and in the city of Vancouver, where I thought the price would be higher, their cost was $6,500 as well. If you read anything put out by the insurance companies, I mean, Cooperators has a blurb that's readily findable on Google, and they rave about the importance of sprinkler systems and the benefits of sprinkler systems. And that investment doesn't disappear once you've made the investment. That investment continues with your house. It adds value to your house. In all likelihood, you get an insurance rebate or reduction in your annual fire insurance costs if, in fact, you have a sprinkler system that's been approved. So I'm surprised and extremely disappointed. What are the rules regarding mandating sprinkler systems in multifamily buildings? Where do they kick in?
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly, we'd have to look into the building code with that piece.
Because it occurs to me that we're approving a considerable amount of the new development within the city of Fort Saskatchewan is pre-approved to have a basement suite. It's approved for a suite. So it becomes multifamily in one building. And if in fact it's multifamily in one building, it would seem to me that there might be different rules that apply. And at a minimum, we might be able to mandate in those areas that they install sprinkler systems when on the new builds.
Yeah, Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly, I don't know about the sprinkler piece in those types.
Fine.
I know about the thickness of your drywall. Your detectors have to be tied into the upstairs apartment. The ventilation system has to be separate. So I do know there are parameters in the code to address some of that. It's just that because sprinkler's not in the code, we just don't deal with it a lot.
So as far as you're concerned, for buildings that are zoned to have or approved to have a secondary suite, whether it's in the basement or on the second floor, there's no requirement in Alberta to have or no optional requirement or no requirement to have a sprinkler system?
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly, off the top of my head, for residential suites, I don't believe there is. I did have to 100% check, but where they are is like the multi-use apartment complexes, but not residential suites. Again, different parameters on the things I mentioned earlier.
You're probably correct. Without spending days looking, it would be nice to have a little follow-up on that if you could, and I stress without spending days. So in an apartment complex, how many units constitute an apartment? And I don't need an answer for that either. It could be part of your response. So on the sprinkler issue, and I'll be quiet in a minute, Mayor Catcher, the older apartments in the main part of Fort Saskatchewan, one of them I lived in when I first came to Fort Saskatchewan at 18 years old. I don't think it was sprinklered. Are these old apartments on 101st Street, for instance, are they sprinklered buildings?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly, I'd have to check with our safety codes that does the inspections. I know there's been a number of code revisions on what was acceptable at that time, so I don't know exactly what was in the code then. For example, monitored systems. Back in the original code, you didn't have to have your building monitored, so it was a localized alarm. It'd ring inside your building to tell you to get out, but it didn't send a signal anywhere. Now in new code, it has to be monitored, so that system goes to dispatch. So I am aware of that, but I'm not on the sprinklers again.
I think later on in your presentation, you're going to talk about how you would equip and staff a new fire hall. So I'll save the rest of my questions for that. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harris on round one.
So just picking up on that, so the Safety Codes Act is pretty explicit in relation to what a secondary suite requires to be fully developed, assuming that it complies with the land use bylaw. And as you indicated, it was fire separation, separate ventilation, appropriate access and egress. What else?
Your Worship, to Councillor Harris, off the top of my head, it's the systems have to be intertwined. So like the detector system, so upstairs gets notified if downstairs is going off. Again, the ones that you spoke to and the ones I spoke to earlier. Yep.
So that's as good as it gets in that regard.
Again, not knowing the code line for line, yes.
Fair enough. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Nguyen on round two.
Yeah, with my interest in irrigation and sprinklers, I enjoy this topic. But so like we have several rows of, I believe they're called townhouses. They could be fourplexes. Pace Center has built a bunch on Allard Way, and then I was looking at those when I was building yards there. So they're in your professional opinion, then, having sprinklers in units like these, which are multifamily, but I guess they have single family components in ways. What preventatory benefits does that have? Because it seems like that would exponentially protect and safeguard residents in units such as those.
So you were up to Councillor Nguyen. So those types of units have different firewalls and different fire ratings. So the wall goes right up to the roof. For those style of townhouses, again, in the building code, it's more in the building code side of the house that specifies that. And then there's a little bit in the fire code as well. Again, sprinklers aren't in those style of homes. So we don't enforce it. We just follow the firewalls and the rating, again, in the ducting.
Right, and so that wall goes all the way up to the top of the truss?
In certain types of townhouses, correct, and some they don't. It depends on the fire rating and what they're putting in. Yeah. Again, we'd have to confirm with building code.
But one unit on flame will eventually light the asphalt shingles, which spreads across the entire top of the building, right? Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Can go on to the next one.
Okay, we have staffing and operations presented by Chief Martins.
Okay. So I know we kind of spoke a little bit on response percentages, but because this was one of the things that was mentioned, so we just threw up. We presented last, I think it was August to council on the 2024 numbers, and now we completed the 2024 numbers. So year to date, 1401. I think we were up from about 1,060 of last year. Medicals, again, is the majority of our call volume, 67% there. I think that's about 900 and some medical calls. Alarms calls is our next big percentage, which is the 18% there. It's about 200 and some. And then it kind of slowly goes down from there. I think it's 83 motor vehicle collisions, and then again the 53 structure fires. So if council wishes a further breakdown, we do have that, and we're able to provide. Next slide, please. Current staffing model. So I'll just quickly touch on where we're at today. With council approving those 4 extra positions and using some of our internal paid on calls, we're currently sitting at 6 full-time staff per platoon. We have 4 platoons, and this allows us to operate out of the one station with 2 fire trucks, and we have 3 firefighters on each truck. So how it works, the 2 trucks arrive. However, we have 1 incident commander, 1 individual to run the fire truck, and then we have the 4 are for our 2 in, 2 out rule for when we go into a structure for room and contents or a fire. So, and those 4 are tasked with ventilation, stretching lines, fighting the fire, or any other tasks that might be assigned to us. So our minimum staffing is 6 for a total of 24 full-time and 18 casuals. Next slide. So when we looked at the fire service master plan when it originally came out, we looked at a staffing ratio of 1.35. And that ratio makes up the bottom point, which is our WCB coverage, sick time, loot time, training. Those are the hours that are used on average that we reduce from the overall hours worked in a year. So when we reduce all that, that's how we got to that staffing ratio of 1.35. So the fire master plan identified in order to have 6, you need 8. And so it's 8 to get 6, and then you shouldn't have overtime. You shouldn't be always in where we're at right now, which is the next slide, I believe. So again, just kind of building on that, sick when we're right now with the 6. So as soon as we have sick time, overtime, training, we're always looking. So we're always in overtime. We're always calling in our full-time staff to come in to work. The challenges that we see with our casuals is they're working other jobs, so hard for them to provide coverage. And so our full-time are working more hours than their regular scheduled hours. And it does provide some challenges with OH&S as far as how many hours you can work in a day consistently. So when we looked at that and we looked at the training component with OH&S deeming our casuals and our full-time competent, we're not meeting that because we just don't have the coverage to do the training. And so that's why the fire master plan identified the 8 to get 6. Next slide, please. So a few options or alternatives that we provided in the report were status quo, no budget changes at all, stay at the current station where we're at, and doesn't help with response time, and it doesn't really assist us with our staffing challenges, but that is an option that we could consider. The other one we put in here was a staffing rotation, putting casual or full-time on a standby. Sounds like a great idea from our side, but the challenge again is getting people to sign up for that when they're working at another job 50 to 60 hours, or they've just completed a 14 or 10 hour shift. But we are still looking at, is there an opportunity to do that? So that was put forward for council. The third option I kind of spoke to already, the 8 to get 6, and if this is at the existing fire station, again, it wouldn't help with response time. It would help us with the other things I mentioned about the sick time, the training, and the coverage, the WC coverage. So, and then when we continue into option 4 is now that second station with still the 8 to get 6, which allows us the flexibility to drop down to 6 as our minimum. So if we were fully staffed, we'd have 2 trucks of 4, one at each station. If we had to send somebody to training, or we had to send somebody off that's sick, or a WCB, we're allowed to drop down to that 6, and we're not triggering overtime for that. Next slide. So this last slide again just kind of goes through a little bit of what I just touched on. Alternative 4 can be used with option 3 or 4. This would give us 32 full-time staff and the 8 casuals. So we would look at the 8 staff over a 4-year period, and 27, 28, 29, and 30 is what we would look at to implement the additional 8 staff to take us to the 32. And again, I already spoke to the last 2 slides. Projected staffing costs. So when we looked at this again, correction up there, it's over 4 years for the 8 position. Like I spoke to, 27, 28, 29, and 30. During budget, there is a fire prevention position in 2026, but that's not in this piece here. So we looked at a first-class firefighter rate, which is around $140,000, including benefits and PPE, and that took us to the 1.3 million, as well as a small overtime piece, and that gives us the 8 additional positions spread over 4 years. Next slide. Any questions?
Okay, I'm first up for questions. So question for you, how does it work with the mutual aid? So kudos, I understand we sent some firefighters over to Sturgeon to help with theirs, but then how does that affect our staffing levels here?
To your worship, so before we send anybody, that is something myself and DC Buchanan, we look at our current staffing. We make sure we have our staffing complement on shift. We look at how many are around. We send out a message asking if there's anybody that's willing to go. And before they go, we look at their schedule, and we look at anything else that we're doing training wise. Lots of times we prefer to send some of the casuals that are on days off, or are full time that are on days off. So that's where we really try to target it. As far as the mutual aid, it would depend if it's true mutual aid. Mutual aid, come give us a hand just across the river. If it's less than 2 hours, we normally don't, there's no exchange of any fee based on our service fees and charges. For this example with Sturgeon, the fact that they declared a local state of emergency, our costs are recuperated we charge a rate for the truck and for the staff to go, which then we send an invoice to them, which is covered through the province when they declare a local state of emergency. So that's how we recoup our costs as well.
Okay. Thank you. And the second question that I have, you said there's 3 on a truck, and I thought when we went to a full time, we were supposed to have 4 on the truck and eliminate the little truck that followed behind.
To your worship, so you're correct. It was a 3+1 model in the service policy, and that was 3 firefighters, and then it was an incident commander was in that truck. When the staffing, we came back to council with that implementation plan, and when we implemented the 4 extra positions, we took that 1 person off and moved them onto another fire truck. So that gave us that additional position, which allowed us to have the 3 and 3.
Which if there's a fire, all 6 of them are there.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. The only time we send 1 truck, Your Worship, is to a medical call. We don't send both of our fire trucks to a medical call. We send 1 truck to a medical, alarms, motor vehicle collision, structure fires, outside fires, rescue. That's a dual truck response. Both trucks go.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Harris, you're next.
I don't have a specific question in this area, but when all the questions and all these issues have been addressed, I'd be prepared to put a motion on the floor, because I believe we need to make a decision today.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. I thought that, I'll just make a comment to that, as I thought the agreed upon process here was that we weren't making a decision today. So I'll just leave that there. Okay, lost my train of thought. Okay, on the staffing, I actually really understand the 8 to get 6. So in my own business experience, we have 36 staff members, and we eventually had to bring in 2 full-time staff just to cover the ongoing sick and vacation time. We have floaters and we have lots of them, but we just couldn't keep up with that. So I do very much understand. But from my own experience, what happens when you have those permanent people in place is that they slowly become needed, right? They slowly are given tasks when they're not covering somebody, and slowly they become just part of the team. So when somebody calls in sick or there's a vacation, you're looking for coverage for that person as well, right? And so then once they become really needed as the team as part of a day-to-day basis, then you're coming looking for additional staff, right? They're saying we need more of that. So I'm just wondering, when you say that you would like these 2 additional people, and I'm very supportive of that, so when somebody is sick or there's a vacation, you won't necessarily be calling somebody in because you'll already have that. Is that the expectation? And do you see what I'm saying, where that could slowly peter away?
Your worship, through Councillor Macon, so you're correct. So with right now, someone calls in tonight, we're automatically in overtime. We're trying to, someone would have to stay late until we filled it, so we're holding them over until we can get them there. Right now, last year, DC Buchanan might be able to speak to it, the number of split shifts that we're doing as well is quite large. And so we try to work them less than 24 hours. So lots of times then they're held over working till midnight. So having the 8 to get 6 allows us just that. So we're fully staffed in the morning. You call in sick, I'm not calling overtime. We have 7 on shift now. So the truck response would drop to probably a 4 and 3, 4 on one truck and 3 on another. Again, someone's on training, we can drop down to that 6, like you mentioned, and then it wouldn't be until all of a sudden someone else was sick, we went below that 6. That's our minimum staffing before we would trigger overtime for training, anything else. Yeah.
Okay. My next comment about it is, you talked about an implementation over 4 years. Do you think that the additional 2, like on the shifts that work overnight, on that component of it, would require the 4 as well? And my only thought is that, and I'm not in fire services, so you can correct me if I'm wrong, is it easier to get paid on call to cover when it's a night shift because they come in and like opposite of what they're working during the day? Like, is there potential that adding to the day shifts makes sense, but we don't necessarily have the call volume at night for the second truck to necessarily require 2 additional people overnight every single shift?
Yeah, your worship, through to Councillor Macon. It's an excellent point, but again, we would run into the risk of having members working elsewhere during the day and then coming in and working in potential a 14-hour, and if it extends an overtime, 16-hour night potentially. So we would have a fatigue factor there as well, and we also can't predict when these calls are going to come in. So that would be one of the challenges with that, and then also having our staff work all day long and then work at night might be a challenge as well, just for booking additional shifts. So it could pose a challenge.
So that, could you see the option of, as you're implementing 1 additional staff for those 2 trucks overnight, and then seeing what the capacity is there or your pinch points there?
So, your worship, to the Councillor Macon, so that's essentially what we would be doing over the 4 years. We would, in 2027, we'd add the 2 platoons, wouldn't have the 2. So we'd be looking at that. That's kind of how we would be phasing it in over the 4 years. Whether we have them on a set shift or they're floaters, we could look at that, and we have broken down the call volume into time of day, morning and night. We have that data, so we can have a closer look to see. Again, it would still come back to, someone calls in sick, we're calling in overtime if we just have those shifts for the day shift. So we can take it under consideration and look at it, but we'd phase it in over the 4 years and look at it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blizzard.
Hi, thanks for all the information. There was a lot to go through. Somewhere in there, I read that it's actually recommended to have like 15 or 16 respond to a fire, which is obviously impossible with 2 trucks and 6 people on shift. But so do on-call join in after, or is it usually adequate just to have the 2 trucks? What happens?
So, Your Worship, through to Councillor Blizzard, so you're correct. NFPA 1710 and 1720 speak to those numbers. For a residential structure fire, NFPA says it's actually 16 plus 1. 16 firefighters, 1 incident commander. For a commercial building, I think it's 26 plus 1 to adequately look at the fighting of the fire for those types of structures. However, again, being that NFPA is the best practice. Our service policy speaks to meet or exceed, and I think what we're trying to do is slowly move that bar up. And what is the best response for us as a city? So we do still use our casuals to come in. We call it an all call. So with the auto aid piece and as well as our all call, the hope is that our casuals or are full-time on their days off or around, and then they would be paged in for those bigger events and respond to one of the halls to get a truck. So we would have that additional staffing.
So if they all came out, we still would only have 2 trucks there, right? Or is there another truck that could come? Because I'm just asking that because would there be enough equipment, enough hoses that you got 16 people and they're like, well, I don't have a hose to hold on to or, something to help assist with. Is there enough equipment?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Blizzard. So there currently is enough equipment. Right now on shift, we run our tower truck or ladder truck and one of our fire engines or squads that was recently purchased about 4 years ago, I believe, 4 or 5 years ago. So we run those 2, and then we have 2 additional trucks for casual, 1 for the casuals and 1 for a backup truck in case any of those frontline trucks go down. So we currently have 4 in our fleet.
Okay. And the other thing I wanted to bring up was I find it interesting. 401 calls, I think it said. So that's roughly 4 per day, 3 of those being medical. Do you spend a lot of time praying that they all come at separate times? Because I think that's an issue. If we have a house fire downtown and then we have another house or apartment fire at the other end of town, we only have so much equipment, only so many firefighters. And I guess there's no answer to that. I guess it's just bringing it up. It's a tough one.
Your Worship, Council Blizzard, so you're not wrong. When we ran our numbers last year and the year before, we had about 38 to 42, we call them over goal calls, where we had a number of calls going on at the same time, and we had to either split resources or call in mutual aid to assist us.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, this seems to be a little bit different information than we heard last time. So if a $25 million fire hall is approved today, I was counting the dorms and offices in there, that fire hall would effectively become our primary or flagship fire hall, I would assume. And our existing hall would be a secondary, especially if we had a train tower there, etc. So how, given the staffing model that you presented for 2 fire halls, how underutilized or vacant would our current hall become?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Nguyen. So
I guess maybe better worded question is how utilized would it be compared to where it is right now?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Nguyen. So you are correct, and it would depend on which concept is at the end voted in. So if it was concept 1, our administrative staff wouldn't be moving over to the new station, so we would be staying where we are at the current station. In concepts 2 and 3, we expand and we have the administrative space to grow on the administrative side, as well as having larger operational sides as well. But by moving our administrative side over to the new hall, that would free up some space within the station for other utilization through whether it be fire prevention, education, wherever we need to see fit there. It would also allow for some additional dorm spaces as well.
And essentially that would elicit an increase in staffing requests from fire to fulfill the goals of having these new operations within the existing fire hall. if you're going to do new programs and training and things of these nature, to make sure that our existing hall is being utilized at full capacity.
So, Your Worship, to Councilor Nolan. So, again, the building a new hall still requires the current hall to be in play to meet the HERF on this side of the city. The resources that would then head up would basically, we would split the resources across the two stations. So 2 fire trucks there, 2 fire trucks here. Our boat would then head up to the new station. The 6x6 that council approved would head up to the new station. So we have different vehicles, emergency management trailer, our brush truck. So basically we're splitting the resources across the 2 stations as well as the staff. What it gives us the ability to do is the future growth for the city, as well as emergency management, the training. It allows some more space for fire prevention and have different rooms for them as well. Other options possibly could be with, depending on the concept that if council chooses to go with, we could look at EMS coming back in to the building as well. So we do have some other options on the table.
Yeah, I'll thank you. I appreciate that response, Chief. And I guess my concern lies with the level of utilization of both facilities, given that the population does not demand 2 fully staffed fire halls if one is $25 million according to the concept. 3, I think it's 3. And I'll maybe weigh in on that later, but.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, round 1.
I just wanted to get back to what I thought I heard in the line of questioning from Councillor Blizzard. She asked about multi-calls or joint calls, and you said a response, there was something 40 or 45 times in last year where you had multiple calls at the same time. But those would have to be something other than fire, because we only had 50 structure fire calls in the entire year.
Yeah, you're worth it, Councillor Kelly. That could be anything from, like you said, medical calls would be the primary one there. But we're also looking at MVCs, we're looking at alarms, we're looking at rescue type calls. So multitude of calls can come in, but yes, the priority of that one would be a medical.
And I think Councillor Blizzard, and at least I imagined that she was questioning how it is we would handle situations where our resources could get overrun. And if she wasn't, I'm going to address that. Again, I repeat myself, but I watched with interest the events in LA, Los Angeles over the last winter. 15,000 structures gone. You simply can't have a fire department system to handle that type of disaster. That disaster overran the entire state, and that state has a higher population than all of Canada. It absolutely was bloody awful. But when I looked at pictures in the paper, and there were articles talking about this result, that you would look at a picture of devastation, and spotted here and here and maybe over there would be a house standing untouched. And those houses were untouched because they were built to withstand that type of scenario. Not by luck or accident, they were built to handle the fire risk that is inherent in Southern California on an annual basis. So it gets me to my real point. An ounce of prevention's worth many pounds of cure in terms of fire prevention and fire response. And as our community gets more dense, I firmly believe we need to mandate, forget the HERF standard, we need to mandate that there'll be fire retardant or fire resistant materials on the exterior adjoining walls, facing walls of residences across the community. That's how you protect yourselves from losing an entire block on a windy night when you're short-staffed. And it's a one-time expense that lasts for the life of the building, so it's not like it's a huge expense, and it offers significant protection. So I'm going to toss that out for now, let everybody regurgitate on it, and thank you again.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you for your presentation, and I apologize I'm taking you backwards. on my first line of questioning. It's around the NFPA research data that was provided. And it shows that the home structures for apartments were significantly lower than single family. And my question on that is that because we have less apartments, or is that because of the type of building materials that is being used? So I'm referring to the NFPA research data. So there was a link provided on the documents, yes.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Abatoye, you're correct. So that NFPA report reflected home structure fires in the United States from 1980s all the way up to about 2023. And initially, there was quite a high spike in fire fatalities, fire deaths in the home, whether it be single residential, apartment fires. They broke it down in that context. Well, we've done a little bit of further research into this and a little bit of analysis, and what we found that we summarized earlier on is just there was improved fire safety standards. A huge part of that too in the United States was in the 1980s, there wasn't a lot of full-time fire departments. So a lot of members were responding from home, which led to an increased response time, which led to, unfortunately, an increase in fire fatalities. And also the introduction of the smoke alarms. So smoke alarms and sprinkler systems were a huge reason why fire deaths have plateaued, as well as finally public education campaigns. So by having fire prevention in our community and educating our citizens on fire safety, safe cooking, still throughout that article, the leading causes of fires were cooking incidents, electrical malfunctions, heating equipment, and unfortunately still one of the number ones that we see today is improperly discarded smoking materials, whether it's inside or outside of the structure.
Okay, thank you for your response. But you haven't really addressed my question. My question is, so I'm going to show you, this is the graph I'm looking at. Do you see it?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So my question is, if you compare the number of incidences for apartments compared to single families, right? You see the red line? That's so much lower compared to the yellow line, right? It's around the same periods, but it's significantly more different. So my question is, when it comes to apartments, is the reason it's low because there isn't as much apartments, or is it because of the type of building materials that they use for apartments, and that's why the number of fire incidences in apartments are lower?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Abatoye, you are correct on the building materials that are used in these structures, but also with some of the factors that we highlighted in smoke alarms, sprinkler systems,
Yeah, no, I agree.
other associated safety measures that have led to a decrease in fire deaths, or a plateau, I should say, in fire deaths.
Right. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your response. So the reason I asked that question is just comes back to what Councillor Kelly had mentioned about building materials. I think it's that is important for because we can see the data. The data shows that the reason why apartments structural fires are much lower is because we know that when it comes to apartments, the building materials are much more stronger. Thank you for your response. And my second question is just around the staffing and resource allocation that you talked about. So just coming back to the data, just because I'm very data driven, are there, when we're thinking about resource allocation, are there trends we can see with the data that we're seeing in terms of peak demand? So like, what are the seasons that we're seeing more fires? What are the times that we're seeing it? And is there a way that we can allocate resources in a way that it's efficient? Right. That's I guess what I'm saying is, other than just staffing this new station, are there strategic implementations that we can make that would align with those peak demand periods that could help us, allocate our resources efficiently?
Your Worship, through Councillor Abatoye. So
sorry, just to expand shades on my question, because I know you look a little confused there. So again, because the data shows that medical calls at the highest, and the most significant, the highest risk is just 3.7%, which is obviously structural fires, and that's where we know that there could be significant damages, but it's such a small percentage compared to all of the calls. So I'm just wondering, like, when we are looking at the staffing and the operations, is there a way we can allocate resources that could be efficient? I'm not sure if my question is clear, but I'm just looking at the trends and I'm thinking, like, are there some sort of strategic management that we can do here in terms of our staffing and operations.
So, Your Worship, to Councillor Batoye, so we do have time of day for our calls, and you know, a lot of EMS departments are integrated that run ambulance. You'll see different times when the ambulance is busy. But fire seems pretty consistent for us, even right from about 10 o'clock to 6, I guess, in our stats anyway. It's more of the daytime. When what you're talking about is a risk-based deployment or dynamic deployment, and we look at the type of incidents, we look at the risk. Is there different ways to provide that service? The challenges again that we're seeing is we're still looking at the staffing piece. We're still running into the challenges of the sick time, the vacation, the holidays. So if we reduce that or did a peak truck, for example, during the day, we'd still have the same challenges that we're having now. As we grow, a lot of the bigger centers look at that strategic placement of an extra fire truck or an ambulance, but they already have their basis covered for their minimum staffing. So again, it's something that we have looked at, but we're not. I don't believe we're big enough to really to accomplish the dynamic deployment or the risk base yet.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I've had several requests for comfort breaks, so it's 3:30 right now, so let's take 10-minute stretch and back in your chairs for 3:40. So we are in recess. Okay, the time is 3:40, which I asked everybody to be back in their seats for, so we will continue on.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have existing facility and equipment with Andrew Buchanan presenting.
Your Worship, so a few of these topics, if you want to jump to the next slide, Paul, that'd be great. We've covered a little bit in depth already, but I'll just give a little quick summary because there were some excellent questions that came from our previous meeting in March surrounding these areas. So as highlighted today, the equipment will be strategically divided between the two stations. The current station that we are in will have 2 fire trucks, the emergency medical trailer, and a brush truck, with the new station being home to an additional 2 fire trucks, a boat, and our 6x6 side-by-side. Station 1 will remain crucial and operational for maintaining the service level policy across both sides of the city. In regards to fire equipment requirements or asks for the future new station, at present there are no additional equipment proposals being made. The department would need to have 16 personnel on shift before adding any additional trucks. The only potential request to council might come for a water tender to service the non-hydrant areas within our city. Currently, the department is building a new fire truck, and that was approved by council in 2024 and is currently in production in the U.S. The replacement of the tower truck, which was originally scheduled for 2029, will be moved forward to 2026 to ensure it's completed by the time our current tower truck reaches 20 years of service. And finally, following the replacement of the tower truck, no other trucks are scheduled for replacement for the next 15 to 20 years. Some of the limitations of our existing fire hall. The current station has a capacity of 9 staffed firefighters and is already at maximum capacity on the administrative side. While some adjustments have been made to accommodate, there is no additional space for future growth in staffing positions.
Okay, so we'll open this one up for questions. Okay, I'll ask the first question. So when we talk about the existing facility and the new facility and the placement, so we did a study on where the optimal place was for the new facility, correct?
To Your Worship, that is correct. We looked at the location because we had the existing land. However, when we did, it wasn't just the study in the fire master plan. We also did a study with Dark Horse, and it did indicate to move it, I think, down Southridge Boulevard from its location just down to Greenfield, but it made a difference of 0.8% of a change in response. So that's why we still chose to go with where we're at.
Okay, and I was aware of that because I was here. So I guess kind of the other kind of hypothetical question is when I look at the existing fire hall, it's over 40 years old, right? And when that one was probably strategically decided to be built there, because the previous one is downtown at where Morgan's Printing used to be, correct? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I would think, so strategically it would have been moved to the highway to service all of the growth area at that point in time?
Through to Your Worship, that is correct. And again, to have faster access to certain roads, and as we grow, even currently, that's a lot of our route of travel is on the highway and then into the different communities. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, round one.
And I got mentally sidetracked. I'm going to sign off and come back on Mercatcher. Give me 1 second to get my...
Okay. Councillor Blizzard. Oh, Councillor Blizzard.
I beat you before you thought of it again. So with the second fire hall, would we move it, most of the stuff, no matter what, like as far as staffing, the day staff and stuff, or would it be dependent on which of the choices was built?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Blizzard, it would put another truck on the other side of the city, giving us that response time of the service level policy of under 10 minutes.
No, I get that, but now you said all the other offices are full at the current fire hall. So would you move some staff, or would the second fire hall become the main fire hall and all the day staff, or, the ones that are the support staff, I guess, would they all move to the new one regardless of size of the new one, or would it depend on which option is taken?
Yeah, Your Worship, through to Council Blizzard, depending on which concept is voted in, or elected, I should say, will depend on which administrative staff moves over. In Concept 2, 2A or 3, you would see the main fire administrative staff move over there, and that would be a main central station. And then we would have to evaluate and see what we could utilize the remaining fire offices at current Station 1, whether that be through public education or fire prevention, etc., as we grow.
Okay, so option 1 wouldn't have enough room to do that.
Your Worship, through to Council Blizzard, option 1, or concept 1, I should say, keeps the administrative staff currently at Station 1, and we do not move to the new station. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Councillor Kelly.
I recall just as soon as I pressed off my button. The reason I asked earlier about the sprinkler systems in the old apartments, I'm correct in believing that the plan is to move the ladder truck south of the highway to the new hall? But if in fact the older apartments aren't subject or don't have built-in sprinkler systems, wouldn't it be advisable to keep that ladder truck closer to the higher risk properties?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So before we, depending on the model that we look at all the data and basically look at the data, call volume, time of day, before we decide definitively if the tower would go to that or stay here. What we do know is it would just be 2 trucks here and 2 trucks there because universality.
And that gets me to my next question. The new fire hall initially is going to have crew for one functioning response 24 hours a day, correct?
Correct.
So why does the new fire hall need 2 trucks if it's going to be manned for one functioning response team?
Your Worship, to Councillor Kelly. So with the casual model and how we have it set up, the casuals respond in to the fire station and they get on a fire truck to respond to the call. So our full-time staff would, if a call was out, a full-time staff would be out on that call, and there would be a truck at this station as well as the other station. This allows us, when we look at the city, we're just in the process of doing a lot of remapping, rezoning for dispatch. So we would zone the city in half. And depending on where you live, we're looking at a concept where if you're down here as a casual, you would respond to this hall to get on a truck, and if you're at the other side of the city, you would get on a truck on that side of the city, hopefully speeding up the time it takes our casuals to get on scene, being they don't have to drive across the city to get to one station or the other. So that's the reason, one of the reasons, and then the other reason would be maintenance, our annual maintenance for CVIPs and for our annual inspections. So when a truck is out of service, that truck there now is the frontline truck for when those trucks are out of service. And last year, through our trucks, the downtime was about 83 days, I think, of downtime for service, maintenance, as well as annual testing.
I'm sorry, 83 days of downtime for each of your pumper trucks?
Sorry, total time.
Total
80,
time.
Yeah, out of all the trucks, correct.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
that makes a little more sense. Jeez, okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Macon.
Sorry, I just wanted to follow up to Councillor Kelly. So in that scenario that you're talking about, though, if you are designating which hall they go to based on where they live and not based on the call, would you not end up with the possibility where 2 people show up to one hall and 1 person shows up to another hall because that's who responded? You know what I mean? Like, I would have thought that where they pick up that next truck would come from where the emergency is, not necessarily where they live, because how do you ensure enough people show up to the right hall to get a truck going?
again, so that's why we're looking at the different side of the city and our call volume and the data. But the method that we're thinking again is based on where you live. You go to the closest hall. And if a call comes in down here, then the casuals that are down here would respond to this hall, get on a truck and assist. It's not that they would be the first truck or the second truck. Most likely they're the third truck into a major event. Or it's one of those overgo calls where we're dealing with an incident and we have a second call or a third call come in at the same time that they'd be going to. So dividing the city in half again from our side, it helped reduce the travel across the city depending on where you lived, because they're in their personal vehicles responding to the hall. So having a truck up here and a truck down there helped that piece to allow them to get to that emergency vehicle faster.
I don't think that you quite answered my question. Sorry. Like, what happens if not enough people are who live on, say, the original hall side show up to the truck?
Okay. Yeah. So what we, Councillor, through your worship, the council meeting. So when we look at that, right now we have enough people that are either right in the middle or on that each side that would make it work.
Okay.
If how we have it for our page out through the call types, and that's why when we look at the city, we're breaking it into zones. The page will only go to the ones on this side, and there will be a page for this side, certain trucks. So that's kind of what we're working through with our dispatch right now. Type of incident, you only get called for certain types of calls in that location, and so not everybody will be able to respond.
So right now you have a system that goes out to everybody, and it will be much more divided and sequestered.
Correct.
Yeah,
So
okay.
right now you could do a call right now, and I could have 18 casuals show up at the fire hall, or I could have one. You just don't know.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Round two, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. If in 5 years' time you get the status or the staffing at 1.35 so that you have the ability to have full-time people manning their units, how will you keep paid on-call people interested? I don't know how you do that now because they're not getting much call time. So my fear is, and I'm going to need you to explain why I'm wrong, is that as we continue to increase the full-time staff, the paid on-call are getting less hours, and that will be used as an excuse to need more full-time staff because we can't get the paid on-call staff. And it would seem to me that in a community this size, that the paid on-call is a perfect training ground and serves to complement or staff up the facility as and when needed. So how does that all function in the long term?
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So that is something we definitely need to look at as we progress. And it could be a discussion with council on service level. And when we look at our calls even now, you're correct in saying that our full-time pick up a majority of the calls. And again, number of factors being that our casuals aren't around. I'd say currently our casuals are probably doing more sign up. So they sign up for shifts than they are, whereas in an all call where they come in. Again, the challenge for us with the 6, we're still relying on the casuals to respond to help us out. And that would continue until, you're correct, until we were at a staffing model, possibly that the casuals were phased out, if that was a wish of council, or they were still in place as, again, that complement. And some of the options that we would look at to engage our casuals would be, again, that training component. Having a training facility behind the fire hall allows us to train quite a bit, quite more frequently, and engage our casuals that way.
Okay, we'll talk about it again when we look at the service level policy, but I have concerns in that area, and I'm not convinced you satisfied them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
So when you have an actual fire versus medical call, is the on-call staff called out for most of those? Not when there's just a report of a maybe fire, but you've actually got like a fire, you know, we've had some downtown and houses. So is on-call called out then?
Your worship, through to Councillor Blizzard, yes. So it depends on the nature of the call. So in a confirmed structure fire, we would activate a third alarm, which automatically pages in our off-duty staff, including our casual list, to respond to the station for additional support.
Okay, so in the past, before there was any full-time, and that's going back a few years, but not that many really, they'd be called out whenever there was again a fire, right? So kind of the same, except I guess the fire's a little worse now. But they didn't do medical calls in those days, right? As is done now by our staff.
Your worship, through to Councillor Blizzard, they did some medicals, and I think it was more along the line of the lift assists that were part of that. But from what I recollect, it wasn't until moving to the full-time model was the when we went to the first responder program.
That you got your average 3 calls a day, because you're not calling them out 3 calls a day for, you know, there's a medical issue somewhere that would be left to the ambulance.
Correct.
Okay. And I guess I'm just going with this because some of the concern is on, you know, the on-call staff, but they did way less in those days also. So they don't do as much now as full-time, of course, but they also in the past didn't. They're still getting their training. They're still doing, I assume, regular, whether it's weekly or monthly training, and they still get some shifts where they're called in, right? So they would still get some shifts.
Your worship, through to Councillor Blizzard. So, so there's a minimum number of shifts a month and a quarter our casuals are required to work. Oh. We also have for certain courses that are mandatory that everyone has to do, again, so that we're proficient in what we do. And so there are those types of things that engage our casuals. I think some of the challenge, again, back for the previous model you spoke to, was they didn't go to the medical, but it was more of the time. They were coming from home, and that time was upwards of 22 minutes for some 16 to 22 minutes. I think I remember before they had a frontline engine on scene when they were coming from home. So.
Yeah. Okay, and I guess I just bring that up because it sounds like there's quite the concerns that we may lose them. I think I still see them going forward for a while. I'm sure at some point in the future, who knows when, we will have more full-time and won't need the on-call, but I think I still see a need for having the flexibility of some of them coming in regularly and thereby needing the facilities for them.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go on to next one, 5A, Emergency Coordination Center.
That's Quinn Gillard will be presenting that.
Good afternoon, your worship and councillors. So the emergency management overview. So emergency management is a legal requirement as set out in the Alberta Emergency Management Act, and it requires that plans be developed for response to potential emergencies. And we utilize an all hazards incident management response, and that we train our staff to be able to respond to those emergencies as necessary. All members assign an EM role, and that includes members of the Emergency Advisory Council, members of the Emergency Management Agency, and of course the incident management team members themselves must take training that's prescribed by the Managing Director from the Alberta Emergency Management Agency. And these include courses such as ones that you've already taken, the Municipal Elected Officials course, Basic Emergency Management, ICS, and so on. It also requires that tabletop discussions and exercises be conducted on an annual basis, and that functional exercises be conducted at least once every 4 years. And of course, unless the city EM plan has been implemented within that time frame itself. Right? EM is a very collaborative and year-round prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery functions oriented that really make up the 4 pillars of emergency management. And it's a continuous improvement model where we're always learning from our mistakes in the past. And EM collaborates with a diverse group of individual stakeholders, such as family community, social services, in an emergency social services capacity, with planning and development that establish guidelines for community resilience to disasters in public works, fire services, and protective services, and to coordinate all of these response actions that exist. And emergency management also works with external stakeholders such as Enercare, our industrial partners, our municipal aid agreement partners as well too, to coordinate information, material, resources, training, and of course the exercise activities that we do hold. Next slide, please. As for the role and the purpose of the Emergency Coordination Center, one of the primary purposes of the ECC is to become an information hub where we coordinate, collect, disseminate, analyze information as necessary to respond to these situations as we see them. It also helps us to identify problems potentially in advance of they actually becoming bigger problems, and of course respond to those accordingly in that aspect. It helps us connect with our partners that exist, Alberta Health Services, Alberta Emergency Management Agency, and so on. And again, with all of these, it helps us establish our business continuity processes as well too, by allowing leadership of the city to remain at an arm's reach from the actual incident itself, while the incident management team coordinates and works with those activities, much like we did with the Emergency Coordination Center set up during COVID-19 response. Secondary purpose is to work with the emergency management teams themselves that we have for training, to establish the exercises, to do what we call collective training in that aspect, but also do year-round individual training courses that we will conduct, similar to what was conducted with the Functional Position Academy held back in March. We will also work with our community partner associations again with meetings that have to be held, Enercare, the Capital Region Emergency Preparedness partnership that exists as well too, and for future EM program development as well too, to develop and deliver more coordinated programs to the community to help serve them. Next slide, please. So the value of a dedicated emergency coordination center, first and foremost, it gives that, again, that clear line of division between city leadership and incident management leadership that's existing to make sure that there's that arm's reach that occurs. Another aspect there is safety and security. The incident management teams that are responding to these things need to have space where they be able to perform their function without interruption that may occur in more public places, such as where we currently have located over at the DCC. Functionality, like any other structure or facility that's designed for a purpose, if it's functionally designed, then we actually have that increased capability to actually perform those roles and functions that we need to have within our incident management teams themselves. And the health and wellness of the team. As demonstrated during the response we had to the condo evacuation back in 2019, we were working for long hours with very little opportunity for rest and get a chance to get away and have a break. So that health and wellness of the team themselves enables them to actually function at a better capacity. Survivability, to co-councillor Kelly about an ounce of prevention, pound of cure, is when something is properly designed and intended to be within that role, it actually has that capacity to do that a lot more through the actual events that could occur to this city and, of course, the municipalities. Right? And, of course, last but not least, ownership. When the team is part of that facility to train within that, to work within that on a regular basis, they develop that ownership, that familiarity, that concept of care and attention to detail that exists when you actually belong to a specific place versus being randomized to where life takes you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Councillor Macon, you're first for questions.
Thank you. I really do value the idea of a dedicated emergency management space. My only comment on this presentation, I guess, is using the word survivability under the value of the dedicated space. I think that by saying that, you're telling the public that their risk of death is increased by the fact that we would have a dedicated one versus not. And to me, that's more a planning and being prepared for that than whether or not you have a dedicated space. And so do you think that that's true, that by not having a dedicated space, there's an increased risk of death to residents?
Through your worship to Councillor Macon, I guess when I speak of survivability, I'm talking about the survivability of the structure itself. If an incident occurs again, depending on the nature of the incident, there may be death, there may not be death. But if the ability of the structure to remain behind, so example, in a tornado would hit the DCC, a large open roof structure like that, there may be structural collapse that exists, right? Whereas if we have something that is designed and intended to withstand a tornado, you would have that survivability. The concept of a toxic gas release coming from an industrial plant site coming to this area determines our ability to sit back and lock down this structure and carry on with the functions that have to happen at City Hall, much less the other facility that exists. So survivability is a concept. It could also have redundancy of systems as well too that allow the city to carry on with business continuity as well. So survivability is a bigger piece perhaps than death. We want to prevent those things, but it's continuity.
Okay, because when I was reading that from an emergency management perspective, I was thinking people, right? Like our main goal is people, right? So, okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm next up for questions. So I guess the question that I have, and I think I mentioned it a little bit the last time you presented, when you talk about the readiness, so being around for as long as I have been in the city operations. So it's been in the James E. Graham at one point in time. It's been at City Hall at one point in time. I think it's at the Dow Center at another point in time. So when we talk about the readiness of having this, and I know at the James E. Graham when they put it there, they had to buy a big generator. And then at City Hall, we had to buy a big generator, so we keep moving these things around. But when you go into these buildings, there's little dots all over and people trying to figure out, where the lines are and things like that. So I guess just talk about the readiness of having ECC available versus having to remove people from their workstations, from their activities. And I only say that because when the Fort McMurray fires were going on, we had to close the Dow Center. You couldn't use it as an EOC if I remember, but we had it on standby for beds. So when you talk about the readiness of having something available without disrupting the rest of the operating, talk about that.
Your worship, absolutely. So readiness is a big piece of this. So by having a dedicated ECC, staff members that are part of the incident management team are able to pick up, go to that location, and everything is already there, and it can be ready to go at a moment's notice. And time response is therefore reduced by that availability. Knowing that there is actual ample parking spaces for people to get into, the proximity of the resources that we need to have, and the availability of those resources in place allows us to maintain that. Throughout the course of the year, by continuing on with individual training, we can create that familiarity to that process. So through time and time again, through drill and drill, we actually increase that level of readiness. And of course, that not only familiar with the actual ECC itself, but also with the team members and that cohesiveness that exists.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? No? Oh, no? Okay. I guess you're good. All right, so we'll go on to, let's see, is 5A and B, where they wrap together?
Through your worship, the next topic is the number 6 training facility with Andrew Buchanan presenting.
Okay, great. Okay. Thank you, Quinn.
Go ahead, Paul. Scan it. Your worship, through to council, I wanted to take a few moments here just to illustrate exactly what a live fire training facility looks like and what many other municipalities across the province are doing right now and what these buildings look like. If you see this picture on the screen right now, this one is actually built by Draeger. And when I get into the different classes of live fire facilities, what I mean by classes is we get into what fuel source is used. So I'll define those a little bit further on in the presentation, but I just wanted to give you a quick a snapshot of what a live fire training facility looks like. And this one here is an example of a Draeger one. What these facilities can be used for are things such as live fire evolutions, search and rescue drills, confined space rescue, technical rescue, and incident command training. You can go ahead, Paul. So the main difference between a Class A and a Class B structure is the fuel that is used. So a Class A or a Class B building won't necessarily look different externally. It'll just depend on what fuel source the firefighters are burning inside of the structure in the designated, engineered, specified burn cell rooms. So in a Class A fire facility, which many municipalities have either are currently using or are looking at upgrading in the near future based on safety. They burn any Class A materials. So this includes wood, so typically pallets or hay or straw in a fire control room. Where Class B are professionally engineered and rated to burn factors such as propane, natural gas, or other fuels. Which is defined in the Class B. So many training facilities are going to the Class B now based on safety, and I'll illustrate some of the advantages and disadvantages next. So for our Class A facility, some of the advantages are a realistic fire behavior. We are specifically setting Class A material on fire, and this can be advantageous for firefighters to see the fire behavior, fire dynamics, and how a fire can build through different stages. But some of the disadvantages, this comes at increased health risks. So things like increased smoke, environmental impact, increased maintenance. So as we continue to burn inside of these cells, they do require additional maintenance and safety concerns as well. Just we can't simply turn these fires out like we could easily with a Class B fire. As you can see in this illustration, the Class B fire room looks a little bit different. So the firefighters in this room have engineered rated walls, and the fuel source comes out of pre-lined engineered structures that come out. They can simulate props. So you'll see things like a mattress on fire, a couch on fire, a kitchen suite on fire, a vehicle on fire. The Class B facilities have the ability to modify any industrial props, including things like flanges, high pressure vessels, barbecue pits, dumpsters. There's a wide variety that a Class B facility can do. So some of the advantages here is our crews could train on these on shift. An engineer, or an operator is in a separate room, and at the push of a button, they can turn the fire out instantly. So the fuel source is cut. Firefighters could drop their equipment and be response ready, exit the structure, and continue on to a call if required. Whereas a Class A would take additional time to put out a fire with applicable water, etc. In March of 2019, just to provide an update, so OHS released a new Bolton document that outlines the minimum standards of the fire service to comply with the OH&S Act and regulation. This act contains training regulations that ensure that all firefighters are appropriately qualified and trained to perform the services they are required to provide. It involves identifying service levels offered by the municipalities, including qualifications, training standards, and the minimum number of firefighters required to safely perform each function of the services offered. If anywhere from recruits to our senior officers, all must participate in recurring training programs that meet OH&S regulations and ongoing proficiency maintenance. And in conclusion on this, the most efficient and effective method to achieve this critical requirement is flexible availability to purposefully designed fire service training facility on an ongoing basis. Currently, the Fort Saskatchewan Fire Department is not meeting fire service training requirements as indicated in the OHS regulations. This includes live fire training for structural, vehicle, and fire extinguishers, interior search and rescue, standpipe utilization and operations, hose evolutions, ground ladder operations, ventilation, and SCBA training. Some of the challenges that we are currently having, as we've highlighted throughout this presentation today, is where we are training. So our fire crews right now to perform live fire training are traveling out as far as Spruce Grove to use their Class A facility, or out to Lamont County in Shipman, Alberta to use their live fire training facility as well. So in the case of a large-scale emergency within our city, this has taken our resources and our staff outside of our city limits. So in the chance of that a third alarm comes in and we need that additional apparatus and we need that additional staff to mitigate the hazard, we're pulling that resource out of the city and not having it for quick access. By having a training facility in our city and attached to a station, we would be able to ensure that our members are staying in our city limits to be able to response capable in large-scale incidents and would not have to put the wear and tear on our apparatus traveling upwards of an hour away each way. Another trend that we're noticing is increased costs of renting training facilities. Training facilities are steadily increasing costs, and when we compound that with our costs of overtime to bring our members in for training, these costs are becoming unattainable within our budget limits.
Okay. Councillor Abatoye, you're first.
Thank you. Thank you for explaining that. My first question is just looking at the concepts you have. So concept 1A is the only one that doesn't have the training facility cost, but everything else is pretty much the same across all concepts. So which of the class facilities have you included in this cost? Is it class A or class B?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Abatoye, we haven't specified specifically a Class A or a Class B. This was going to be based on, I guess, a decision with Council to see in terms of safety, in terms of what would work best for the community.
Would the cost be similar, though, for both facilities?
Cost can be similar, but cost, Class B does have a increased cost in the beginning, and then does have an increase of fuel costs associated with as well. It's more expensive to burn fuel than it is to burn pallets, hay, straw, etc. So there are some increased costs there, as well as some maintenance, yearly inspections, things like that.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm going to take us back to the ECC, and I just had a question as Quinn stood up, but I guess you might be able to answer. So the ECC space in the new fire station, is that included in all of these concepts that you've presented today? And if not, which ones do have them?
So, Your Worship, through to Councillor Abatoye, so in Concept 3, that was the standalone ECC on the second floor. In Concept 2, we had a classroom that could be utilized as an ECC if required. And in Concept 2A, we do have another standalone ECC. We just removed the second floor, as you would have seen in Concept 3, where it is now removed down to 1 story, and it is a larger classroom dedicated as an ECC.
Okay, so just to clarify, so from Concept 2A and onwards, that those will all have the ECC space.
Correct, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Abatoye, you will have the ECC space. It just depends if it's a dedicated resources or shared for other fire training requirements within the department.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
City of Pemberton just built a fire training station that looks very akin to ours. Here's the picture of it. You guys have probably seen it. Pemberton, BC. $450,000. I'm looking at the pictures of this. They're 4 Secans stacked. They're about $10,000 new. If you buy a really nice one instead of ladders. So what is worth the other $300,000 of equipment inside the stock of shipping containers?
Your Worship, the Councillor Nguyen, I think it would all depend on the internal components as well. So did it state in there that it was Class A or Class B? Sorry, just for my recollection. Class A will be cheaper, and it all depends too on what it's inside in terms of safety measures. There's a lot of additional add-ons you can do with these structures to make them like technical rescue compliant. So you can have hatches that could be lifted open and used for confined space. You could have balconies that can be engineer-rated anchors for technical rope rescue. You could have additional props added. You can add barbecues to decks. You can add mattresses to rooms. There's a bunch of things that you can add on to these. As a comparison of what we've been looking at right now, just with what's been trending in the province lately, is Grand Prairie just built one for, I believe it's above and beyond where we currently have our budget set up, but they spent about $1.6 to $1.8 million on their Class B facility.
Yeah,
is one of the most recent builds in the province.
That's a pretty nice training facility, and just from the pictures of the outside of it, $1.5 million for this structure. Which, you know, if we decided to change the budget for this, then you can absolutely add on as many, you know, trainings. So, and then for the utilization of this Class A facility at $1.5 million. Does not spending that much money then preclude the other municipalities from using this as a training facility? Or exclude them from? Will they not come to use this ladder assembly if we don't spend $1.5 million?
Your Worship, the Councillor Nolan, and I think they would come utilize it whether it's Class A or B. From my experience, again, it would just depend on whether you want to use the live fire component or the propane or gas component. And again, there's with a live fire, you're dealing with a little more smoke. With the propane, less smoke. So the 1.5 is correct. It was based off of that one in Grand Prairie that was recently done for a Class B. But the cost would significantly drop with a Class A facility.
Thanks. Can I ask a follow-up question, or I can wait? It was similar to the question I asked last time, which is the ASP has just been built. We don't have districting for behind this property. There's going to be smoke, as you just mentioned. Why would we even consider this there? I'm in full support of us getting the training facility in Fort Saskatchewan. I think it's extreme benefit, but the location of that with the ASP residential sitting right there, it might be an administrative question, but if I was living in a house right behind here and there's smoke and fire training happening in my backyard, essentially, I wouldn't be too pleased, and that could adversely affect the value of those individuals' property.
Your worship, through the council. And so when I say smoke, I'm not talking like consistent hours of smoke. This is we take the room up to a certain temperature, and then they would come in and do their search or their exposure to live fire, and they basically hit it with the water. You have short amount of like campfire smoke, white. It's all clean burning, and you would have that come out of the windows. We don't want to let the smoke out. We like to keep the smoke in for searching, so it's darker. So it's not a constant amount of smoke. Some of the facilities that I've seen, it's very minimal. They compare it to a large campfire or a pallet fire worth of smoke, and it's done at certain times and stages. It's very controlled for the Class A facility.
Yeah, okay, and I've never really witnessed it, so I appreciate that answer. Yeah.
Your worship, through to Councillor Nguyen, another fact I should add too with the Class B, a lot of the time these manufacturers actually add in jugs of fake smoke because Class B produces such little smoke, so that when firefighters train in these conditions, they want it to be, like Chief Martins alluded to, a little bit more darkened down or blacked out. So if we weren't to use some of that smoke as well, it would actually be quite low. And with the ability to turn off that fuel source imminently, it's out.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Blizzard.
I'm going to go in the same direction because I thought the same thing. So I did have some fire training a long time ago. And I remember going in a cinder block building. It was like 3 stories or something tall, crawling through the smoke. It was an ugly building. These, even being the sea cans, they're not like nice looking. To me, it looks like it would belong more in an industrial park, maybe even heavy industrial, because there's still fire that you have. You're going to have, where there's training for putting out that, even if it's gas, getting the hose up and how do you handle it. So you're still going to have fire. You're still going to have smoke. I question that too. Is that the appropriate location? And maybe I'm totally off kilter. Maybe everyone's doing it in the middle of residences. So maybe reassure all of us.
Your worship, through the Council Blizzard. So the nice part about having it behind the fire station is the efficiency to train on shift. If we move it to a different area in the city or outside of the city, again, it's taking the resources out of that station. The nice part about having it again behind this facility, there's washrooms, our equipment's there, the classroom's there, so you can go in and out, do a little learning, come back in. If we put it somewhere else, then we'd have to look at all those things. We'd have to look at classrooms and washrooms and hydrants, and again, the accessibility. Is it gravel? Is it mud? So having the facility all in one when we do it, a lot of that was considered.
I guess what I'm going to say is maybe planning is listening here. Maybe, when that future area gets developed south of Fort Saskatchewan, the back of a strip mall might be a better thing behind the fire hall than having somebody's backyard. Yeah, I get that. I totally understand that it's a good handy location, but we also still have to do what's appropriate.
Okay, Councillor Macon.
You probably don't have to provide further response to this because my comments just almost completely mirror Councillor Burgett's. Is what I was going to say is, well, not more importantly, but first I will say that is an ugly, that's an ugly building, and it's right when you're coming into the fort in an area with commercial and an area with residential. It's beside what I'm assuming is going to be a very beautiful school site at some point. So, just from an appearance perspective, I wouldn't necessarily believe it's in the right place, but also the safety I brought this up at the last meeting too. Again, you're right beside a school site. Eventually will likely be built there, and just security of that unit, right? And what we have to do to ensure that people aren't infiltrating the fire property, right? I looked into where Spruce Grove's one that you use, and it's in an industrial area, and I do understand the efficiency of having it there, but I am struggling with the appropriateness of the location. So I'll just leave it at that.
You're good? Okay. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. You referenced Spruce Grove and I think Lamont for training facilities. What about the County of Strathcona? What do they have?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly, at this time, Strathcona County Emergency Services does not have a live fire training facility. They rent out places such as Poundmaker, which is the facility in Edmonton, as their live fire training.
So they rent out a facility. Which is really my point, I think. You allude to in the pros for having the training facility, some cost savings, a reduction of overtime, the inconvenience of travel. But the training facility itself is $1.5 million, and it costs money every year to have the thing. So there has to be a business case, and I don't see that here. And it would help me a bunch if you guys put some numbers to paper and showed me why it makes sense from a business perspective, or how much sense it makes from a business perspective to tip the scales. Because I don't see it. I really don't. I share the concerns about location that some other councillors do. I have a concern with 5 old sea cans welded together for $1.5 million too. I fail to see the value there. If the County of Strathcona and other communities don't have live fire training facilities, then they're training like we are. And it would seem to me that a facility like this would be a perfect intermunicipal cooperation thing. I don't see why every fire hall needs to have one on their back step. I really don't, because it's not used daily. No matter how you sell it, it's not used daily. Every firefighter on your staff would get 2 or 3 days per year inside it. Help me out.
So, Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly, the fire training ground could be maximized and utilized every day. It's not just for live fires. So our members can be doing all of the required NFPA 1001, level 1, level 2
Sorry,
fire skills.
Speak slowly, please, and I didn't catch a word of that.
So we could use our training facility daily. Our firefighters already do train daily at our fire hall with the limited resources that we have. So the facility isn't just for live fires. It's not just to light fires and go in and put them out. It's the ability to do search and rescues, like some of the other things I highlighted in the project. It's throwing up ladders. It's doing driver training in the compound. It's letting our officers practice their incident command skills while instructing crews. There's many things you can do with a fire training facility. And maybe if we just take the word fire out and call it a training facility, there's a lot of resources that we can use on a daily basis that our staff are already training for hours per day currently that could be used in a space like this.
And currently you're training already in what space?
Currently we're training out behind the hall typically at Station 1.
What's wrong with that?
It doesn't provide the full resources we need or in the OHS required regulations in regards to training. We can throw up ladders, we damage the building. We can do hose stretches in the back. It doesn't simulate what we truly see on a fire scene. We can't build SCBA confidence mazes. One thing we do have right now that does work temporarily is we do have a pad where we can do vehicle extrication. But again, it's only secured by a small little fence and there's sharp metal that is not contained. And if somebody in the public wanted to walk through there, they could potentially be at risk of that as well. So our firefighters are doing the best they can with the training areas that they have. But I can assure you with the approval of a fire training facility, our staff would maximize it.
I'm going to think about that. Thank you. Understood.
Okay, I'm next on the round one. So I'm anticipating, we haven't got there yet, the new facility, if it includes the training facility, is going to be a fenced and enclosed facility. And even the vehicle extraction one that you kind of have out in front, it's really ugly right now, would move over there. So then it would be behind closed it wouldn't be visible to the public?
Through your worship, yes, that is correct. So
Okay.
having every option is fenced except option 1. The fence just kind of ran right along the building, or that 1A option. Correct.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Blizzard on round 2.
Would you look at renting it out too to other fire departments?
Your worship, through to Councillor Blizzard, absolutely. So through some of our industrial partnerships, specifically right now, we've had a great expression of interest in having a facility that their industrial crews could train on. We also have extensive interest from local emergency services schools that are looking at training in the area. Right now in the province, one of the big strains is having to travel to Vermilion, Alberta, which is increased costs. So to do a lot of the live fire training, you do have to travel out to Vermilion for some of the programs, unless you have a structure within your community. But again, that costs increased costs of overtime, driving, the whole works. So I can tell you from some of the interest in the region right now, there's quite a bit of interest in a project like this.
I guess that could help subsidize the cost of the actual facility. But with that comes people coming to the fire department. And you were talking about maybe having, like when you go to Spruce Grove, you take one of our trucks with you. So if they bring a truck here, and I get that it's a good sized site, but is there enough room for guests to come, for potential fire truck? Like, I assume you've taken that all into calculations?
Your worship, through to Council Blizzard, yes, this is in our considerations heavily. The ability to stage apparatus would be capable within these training grounds. And we've also looked at potentially renting the classroom space. So if a group is wanting to do some practical knowledge in the classroom in the morning and then go out to the live fire training facility in the afternoon, we would have a clean side and a dirty side in operations to ensure that we're mitigating carcinogens and things like that when we properly decon our firefighters.
I definitely see the value in such a facility. Constant training is the only way to keep up, because as much as you have structure fires, if you don't use that apparatus regularly or get used to going in a smoke-filled building, you do get rusty on your skills. So good to keep it up. Yeah.
We'll put her on for on-call.
No,
Okay, that looks like all the questions on that one. I think we'll do one more grouping and then we'll take a break again.
Andrew Buchanan will present the fire hall design and costs.
Your worship, through to council, I'm going to do a quick overview again of the concepts that were provided to council the last time we met, which was originally the concept 1, 2, and 3. One thing that we have done since our last meeting is we have gone back to ACI, our architectural group, and we have built a concept 1A, and we have built a concept 2A, which I'm going to show you today. As our quick refresher, concept 1 proposes a facility with dormitory space for 8 members, a small business area for fire officers, parking for 15 staff, and 5 visitors. It has a Class D estimate of $13,835,400 with a facility operational cost of $51,091 per year. As we transition into the new concept 1A, I will highlight the differences. In concept 1A, you'll see that the Class D estimate comes in at $7,661,500. What differs from concept 1A to concept 1 is the following. We removed the training tower, we removed the back parking, but moved it up to the fire hall where you have the round green trees and only 10 spots with plugs. The fence will follow close to the back lane and stick closer to the hall on the side. There'll be parking for only 10 or 12 only up front. We removed the classroom, the storage room, and the bathroom off the classroom. We removed the captain office and dorm. We removed the lobby. We cut the fitness room in half. We removed 22 lockers, removed 1 of the small dorms, removed 2 of the single showers, removed the stairs, the hose drying, and the mezzanine capabilities. And there is gear storage for only 12 firefighters. Concept 2 combines the fire station with an expanded training and classroom area. It features a 3-bay design, a one-story layout, space for 10 dormitories, and increased capacity for staff. It has a Class D estimate of $18,841,500. You go ahead. Concept 2 is coming in with a Concept 2A is coming in at a Class D estimate of $17,539,100. The changes in Concept 2A include the classroom is now the ECC. Therefore, the second floor is removed. The kitchen is moved to the fitness room and extends out to the patio, and the bottom of the patio will be for the barbecue. The kitchen on the original design is now the fitness room, but doesn't extend out to the patio. We squared the pantry and bottom of the kitchen and computer room to become a smaller classroom with computers in the back for staff to use. We removed the 2 dorms on the bottom left and removed 11 lockers total. There were no changes to Concept 3 as presented earlier to Council. Concept 3 proposes a multi-use facility that combines the fire station with a permanent ECC, fire prevention and inspection areas, community engagement opportunities, and live fire training grounds. Concept 3 has a Class D estimate of $24,484,500 with a yearly facility operational cost of $128,709.
Within the council report, there is a more detailed table detailing the financial implications for all 5 of the options presented in the council report. On the slide that you see here, we're focusing on the residential tax increase, non-residential tax increase, as well as the percentage tax increase across all 5 options. Administration has also calculated a net present value with a discount rate of 3% for each of the 5 options presented. One last piece I just want to touch on briefly is our finance team has provided some information in the council report pertaining to the city's debt capacity. Administration is projecting actual debt usage to exceed the city's internal debt limit established at 75% of the provincial regulated debt limit, but would remain below the provincially regulated debt limit for years 2027, 29, and 30. The finance team is looking at coming to council in June 2025 to speak more to administration's debt capacity as it pertains to this and a multitude of other projects across the 10-year capital plan. And with that, concludes our presentation on the fire hall concepts.
Okay. I'm first up for questions. So I've got a huge question. I don't know if this is going to go to Mr. Schaefer or not, since he's our capital building person. How is it that Class 3 can be 24 million and yet what we did on the front end of the JRC was like about 18 million? Like it seems like it's apples and grapefruits apart, because it doesn't feel like we did that much to the JRC, and yet it cost us that, and yet we could build an entire fire hall, training room, ECC for, say, 25 million.
Sorry, Your Worship, I think it's tough to compare the 2 projects. One is a greenfield build where you're coming in, you're in bare land, you're just building up. The JRC, we had to do the existing structure we had to deal with first. We had to make sure that as we took off what was there before, we didn't impact the old structure. We had to keep a facility open during construction. And I don't know the square footage off the top of my head, but it is a large building that we put on the front of the JRC. Ultimately, it's maybe not quite as big square footage wise, but it is close when you look at the total square feet.
Okay, and then I guess the next question that I have as I look at our capital budget going forward and some of the projects that we have recreational, whether it's like the bike skills park, that's like $1 million, and yet that's just moving dirt around. So how can we just compare some of these things? Like it's mind-boggling to me. You can get this for this price, but these other ones are, you know, in the millions as well.
Your worship, it is tough to, I guess, to compare project to project. Buildings that are the same use you can compare. When you have different use types, they have different codes and different requirements, and different standards need to be worked with. When you get into things like a bike skills park, it is mostly dirt work, but again, it's specialized in terms of who can do that or how it can be done and designed. It's got to be done in certain ways, so it is a skill set that's required. It's equipment that's required. It is tough to compare projects like those to each other just because they are so different.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. And I guess the last question I have, anybody can answer it. The fire hall, regardless of what we pick, if we pick anything, this is probably going to be once again a 40 or 50 year building. Like what's the life expectancy?
To your worship, as we were going through the financial projections, we estimated 40-year lifespan of the facility.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye?
Thank you. Just wondering, what is the scalability of these concepts? So, for example, concept one, are we able to scale it after a few years to get that bigger capacity that we're looking for? Or is this a one and done?
Your worship, through to Councillor Abatoye. So the report that ACI did for us, and I think it was the last time we came to council, it did speak to the challenges of building in the future. Cost was one of them. The other one was operational efficiency. So you're building in a hall that's operating, and some of the challenges when you expand out could be code of the day. It could be efficiency for a lot of the things that we take into consideration when we build a fire hall: path of travel, shortest distance to the truck. So not knowing a lot of those things, those are the variables that could come into play down the road.
Right. My second question is financial. I'm just wondering what happened, and maybe you guys can answer. You talked about us going over debt limits in 27, 29, and 30. What's happening in 28 that's making us not over our debt limits?
Through your worship, Councillor Abatoye, if I could just ask Jeremy Eamon from our Finance Department to come and speak to that directly.
Sure, thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. Thank you, Councillor Abatoye, for the question. So specifically with 2027, the new aquatics facility would be basically in its year 2. So 2026, 2027 are the construction years for that facility. 2027 would be the fire hall addition. And then 2027 as well as when the alternate water line would be projected to be built as well. So those three cause the debt limit to increase, or sorry, the debt usage to increase in 2027. Is that the only year you asked, or?
No, because it specifically said 27, 20, 26, 27, and 29 is when the will be over our debt limits. Yes. So I'm just wondering how did we skip 1 year and then we're over our debt limit in 29?
Okay, so that basically I answered the question for 2027. So 2028, there are no major projects scheduled for that year.
Okay.
And then 2029, we've got the start of the Veterans Way corridor widening and the pedestrian crossing north for 29. And then 30, we go into the, 29 also has the new arena at the DCC. These are all taken from the 10-year capital plan as it currently sits right now. And then 2030, again, a second year for the new arena and the Veterans Way crossing south.
Okay, thank you. What's your comfortability of going above our internal debt limits that we set for ourselves?
Through your worship,
as the CFO.
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye. So the debt limit at 75% is based on council policy.
Right.
That's the way the debt management policy is written right now. In terms of the forecast that we did, we used very conservative revenue estimates because each year as the revenue of the city increases, the actual debt limits increase as well. It is basically council's decision in terms of their comfort level in terms of exceeding the internally set debt limit. But again, as the council report suggests, is that or states that we at all years we do remain below the provincially regulated limit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blizzard.
I'll keep with that, so stay right there for a second. So with our debt limit, when you're talking future, did you take into account that the debt limit is based on our revenues, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
So next year, our revenues will be a little more. The following year, revenues a little, so they keep going up. So is that taken into account for those debt limits?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, yes. As I answered to Councillor Arbatoy, we use conservative estimates of that revenue increase.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and the other thing is, and I guess I bring it back to what I think most people will understand. When you first get a mortgage, sometimes you're at maybe your personal debt limit, even if you don't have one, but you know, if you're going by revenue, but you do it anyway because you know you're going to pay it down. So once we get there and we have our debenture, for any of what we're proposing, each year we're paying some of it down. So that will also bring down what the debt limit is, right? It's not like it stays at, if we have a $75 million project, it won't stay there for 20 years. We'll be chipping away as we pay it off, right?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, that is correct. Yes, as we build these facilities and we convert the variable rate debt, the construction debt to fixed term, then the payments start. You're absolutely correct. The actual debt usage then comes down in terms of as it's repaid.
Okay, and the other thing that was just said here, this is going back to you guys, was that we expect this to have a 40-year lifespan. Previously, in some of your stuff, you have said that the older fire hall, the fire hall you're using now, is about 40 years old. Is that what was said?
Your worship, Councillor Blizzard, I think the current hall is 43, 44.
So that makes me kind of nervous. You know, when you're saying the new one's going to be 40 years, although you build a house that lasts 100 years. So, you know, we're not looking at the old fire hall, I don't know what you call it. It is the old fire hall. It's the one we're using now. Are you looking at that in 5 years? That's not going to be usable anymore? Or?
Your worship, to Councillor Blizzard, so when we looked at the current hall, we've done some renovations, as council has seen. The bones are fairly good in there, and just working with some of the other smaller facility pieces that we have, you know, as we get busier, the heating system might need to be adjusted. But again, the actual structure seems to be very solid and well maintained by our team.
You're confident it'll be around a while?
I am as of now, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Mr. Fleming, sorry.
To your worship, just to comment, like my general understanding is buildings' lifespans is a lot longer than 40 years. And typically what happens is you might usually be around the 30 or 40 year mark where you do a major revitalization like the JRC, and that would extend the life of the building. So you probably have to invest in it, but buildings will typically last longer than 40 years. The 40 years might have been referring to the idea of when we might have to get to the next hall perhaps, but generally speaking, buildings have a pretty long lifespan as long as you put in the right amount of money into maintenance and upkeep. So,
and we have a good track record with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Yeah, thank you. Troy, thank you for that last couple comments, because I get very concerned when I hear administration and council talking about 45-year lifespans on steel buildings. The fire hall in particular is extremely well maintained. There's not one piece of maintenance on that thing that has not been done before needed. So no reason to expect it won't last 150 years. It's steel and concrete. And put the 45 out of the question. It's not old, it's young. In terms of our transit system, it's still in its infancy. I'd like to address a couple of things that get said constantly. It's cheaper to build it now than in the future. It will cost more in the future. Absolutely everything that you know today or have today will cost more tomorrow. That is a God-given fact. But we're paying for it tomorrow in tomorrow's dollars. So the dollars are also worth less tomorrow. So it doesn't cost more. It's with inflated dollars that we're paying for it. So that is such a huge misconception. It truly drives me crazy when I hear it. The reference to the debt limit brought up by Councillor Blizzard. Yes, Councillor Blizzard, the debt limit increases and we're going to exceed that increased amount with our current spending plan. It's not the debt limit that is a concern. It's the quantum amount of the debt that is a concern. That has to be repaid by the taxes of our citizens. And that will be expensive, and it will be expensive for a long time, just like your first mortgage. So we need to be certain as a council that, in fact, this is the most efficient and effective way to do something, the decision we make today. It's obvious to me, or not lost on me, that the pool in our 5-year capital plan last December was, I think, $48 million. The pool approved by council was 70-some million. That increase and that one decision would have paid for any fire hall in this plan with money left over. So it becomes down to a question of priorities because we live in a world of limited resources. You all face them, we all face them, everybody faces them. So it comes down to allocating between what is most important. And this council made a decision to spend another $30-some million very recently on an upgraded pool because it considered that important. Now in front of us is a request to upgrade a fire hall 3 times or more past what a minimum standard would be because it would be nice. Sorry?
Do you have a question?
I'm busy talking.
Well,
We've been talking all along, Mayor Katcher, so if you want me to be quiet, just say so. Otherwise, let me finish, please.
Well, most of them usually come to a question.
We've been talking all day. So, no, I have no question. We're not making a motion today, so there's nothing to question. And there's no requirement for a motion today, as I understood it, Mayor Katcher.
You're next on the speaking order. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Nguyen, you're next.
You appreciate your perspective, Councillor Kelly. I just wanted to go back to and speak some words of agreement with Mayor Katcher and the cost of facilities, which, Grant, you did mention that it's very different based on a greenfield or brownfield or additions, and that's what I'm getting to with my question is potential additions. What gets to me is that, say, an $8 million facility is presented by yourselves in terms and from the optic of its deficiencies of what it will not fulfill. And I've heard this in the tone of your presentation. And then the $25 million can do everything and more. The reality is that the 2 ASPs on the south side of Fort Saskatchewan are not going to be built out for up to 50 years. That 2 quarter sections that we just approved as ASPs will take up to 30 years to build. There is absolutely no reason that I can justify, and tell me I'm wrong, to not have something in place at a lower cost to our taxpayers, who myself as a councillor represent, and then being able to do what's needed in the future. So my question is, and perhaps to Mr. Fleming as well, how is the most minimalistic concept in here not building for the future?
Okay, just before you go to that, maybe Ms. Janelle Smith-Dogood can answer how much land availability that we have in the annexed area and how many years we anticipate that it would be to get built out.
Through your worship, my understanding is we are on track to hit full build out in 25 years.
25 years to build out both of those ASPs, all of the annex lands.
Full build out of the community, including South Fort and the annex lands.
Right, okay. And how long did it take to build a South Fort area structure plan?
South Fort was first approved in the early 1970s, I believe.
Yeah. And I know the rate of growth is different right now, so there's assumptions that we can both make, and things might change. But yeah, carry on if you'd like, Ms. Dogood-Smith.
Through your worship, no, that's all the comments I had.
Okay, so then back to my question: like, how is concept, like, I'm not sure what number is it, an $8 million building not building for the future, because it does meet the service level that I do believe is required today. the service level requirement of a 10-minute response time and what we really need to achieve at the moment. But how does not fulfill our fire requirements for the next 15 years at minimum?
Your worship, through to Councillor Norland. So when, which concept are you referring to, though?
I think it's 1A. 1A, sure.
For the options that we put in front of council for consideration, if it's just response time you're looking at, then that is an option. If we're looking at the training side, the ECC, some of the challenges we're having, growth, then the other options were provided. So it comes down to a council decision. If you're just looking for the response and that is it, then that option is there for you.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think you need to say much more at this point, and then.
Okay, Councillor Kelly.
It was my thought process before we got into all of this starting a month ago that we would build something relatively modest and scale it up as the community grew. So you see Grant sitting back there, and it might be a Grant question, Jeremy, sorry. Why can't we design something relatively modest that can be added to as the community grows? And then a second question, probably for either Mr. Fleming or Jeremy. We got a bit of a description on off-site levies. Those have yet to be decided on, finalized, but it's my understanding, and this is the question, so a two-part question. Off-site levies can be levied for future builds that are anticipated, not necessarily built at the time. So I'll leave those two questions. First of all, why can't it be scalable, Grant? Secondly, let's talk about levies for future builds.
Your worship, Councillor Kelly, I think if the decision was made to go with option 1A or 1 or those options, we would look at that design to try and optimize it so that we could scale it in the future and try and minimize some of the shortcomings that would come from doing that. The risk, again, and it was alluded to a little bit, is when you get into code changes, it could mean bigger upgrades to the whole building. That is a risk that with any kind of renovation you have to do, you have to bring up the whole building depending on what happens with code. But would be definitely something that we would try to accomplish through those.
And that would be both by design and placement on the lot, et cetera, et cetera.
That's correct, yes.
You bet, thank you.
And in terms of levy, you're correct. The levy is for, it can be for what you're building now plus what you're planning to build in the future.
So we could build something relatively modest today with a plan in place at a certain population level to, let's say, just for example's sake, double the size of it. And we could levy based on that future as well, correct?
Your worship, Councillor Kelly, yes, the levy could have both within it.
Components,
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to recommend a little break here. We still haven't done off-site levies, so I think everybody needs a comfort break again. So it's a couple minutes. So let's back in our seats at 10 after 5, 5:10. So we are in recess till then. Okay, everybody's back in their spots, so we'll get started. And it's number 8, offsite levies and funding.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have Grant Schaefer presenting this portion.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. I'm here this afternoon to provide council with information on offsite levies and their impact to the fire hall project. As a little bit of background, offsite levies are a tool to recover costs from developers for major infrastructure that benefits and or is required by the development. Major infrastructure includes water, sewer, storm, and road infrastructure, as well as fire halls, recreation facilities, police facilities, and libraries. Benefiting areas are defined for each infrastructure project, and costs are assigned to the area on a per hectare basis. Another way to look at offsite levies is that they're a cost-sharing mechanism for the benefit of developers. Instead of the first developer being required to front the cost of major infrastructure and then being paid back as future lands developed, the city would manage the project and recoup the cost through levies, or the city will collect the levies for the project and construct it when it's required. In the case of the fire hall, certain assumptions are made regarding what costs can be included in the offsite levy. A fire hall is required to meet service levels within the developing neighborhoods. These service levels can be met with the construction of a base fire hall. This base fire hall benefits the developing areas as well as some of the existing developed areas. Based on the 10-minute response zones for each station, approximately 70% of the cost of the base fire hall could be included in the levy, with 30% funded from taxes, as a new fire hall will respond to existing areas of the city. One of the other assumptions we made is that the fire hall enhancements, which include the training tower, the emergency coordination center, and some of the other options or things within some of the higher options, are a benefit to the entire city, including those developing areas. Those costs above and beyond the base fire hall for the enhanced options should be split on a per hectare basis for the entire city, including existing developed areas and all developing areas. Using this proportional benefit, taxes would fund approximately 75% of the enhancements, and all levy areas would fund approximately 25%. Applying those assumptions to the concepts presented at the March 11th council meeting, so that would be the original concepts 1, 2, and 3, result in the following breakdown for the costs that we can share. So concept 1, which is the base fire hall, was plus a training tower. So it was an estimated cost of 13.8, with the levy funding $9 million. That's 70% of the base plus 25% of the enhancement. Concept 2 included the base fire hall plus a training tower and additional classroom and admin space for an estimated cost of $18.8 million, with levy funding of $10.3 million. And concept 3 includes the base fire hall, training tower, classroom and admin space, plus a dedicated ECC for an estimated cost of $24.8 million, with levy funding of $11.6. For a project such as this, where funds have not been collected and the need is more immediate based on service levels, the city would front the project costs, likely through borrowing, and recover the unsigned costs, including the costs of borrowing, through levy payments as development occurs. Just as a general, to finish things off a little bit, next steps in terms of what you're going to see from the levy, because that project is also ongoing, is we're in the process of sending out letters to interested landowners, the developers, to outline the assumptions within the levy calculations and start the consultation process. At the same time, we're also completing the financial model to be included within that levy report. We're planning to present the updated levy bylaw to council. We're hoping July 8th, but there's some things out of our control, so that may push it to August 26th. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Kelly.
Thanks, Grant. My prior line of questioning, it can apply for projects yet to be built, correct?
That's correct.
So if the city funds a project in advance and collects on a sporadic basis off-site levies from developers, what is the process? What happens to the cash that is received from developers? because we can't prepay the debt, and administration will be anxious to maintain a property tax smoothing process whereby we don't get hiccups due to levies received. So how exactly would that process work its way through to the budget in the year where we collected $5 million in levies?
So through your worship, there's a couple different strategies that you could employ. So like you said, the challenge with levies is that you don't know exactly what you're going to get each year. It depends on the number of new houses, new subdivisions that get built. So what I'm familiar with in a couple of the municipalities, they'll have a conservative sort of estimated revenue amount from levies. If they collect more than that, it can go into a reserve. And it can be used in the years where you don't collect the full amount to make the debenture payments. Another strategy would be to simply pay off the debt. Like you would increase property taxes, pay the debenture payments direct, and collect those payments into a levy, and then just sort of reconcile down the road. But how we actually treat that in the budget's probably something we would still need to figure out at the time.
Thanks, Troy. It's not possible through our borrowing vehicles to prepay the debt. Once we get the debt, we're forced to live with the amortization period, correct?
Through your worship, I believe that's the case if you go through the province for the borrowing. We have looked at things more recently that we hadn't done before, using like line of credits and things like that.
And the reserve calculation really does mean, though, that the levies would never ever reduce future property taxes of citizens, because the monies would forever go into a reserve and get used someplace else.
You can't use those dollars. Well, yeah, you could use those dollars and build them up. As once you've paid off the debt, even if it's with property taxes, those dollars are still available to the city for something else down the road.
But the citizens of the day would never receive, according to that, in my imagination at least, any sort of rebate on their property taxes. They would start on day one paying the full mortgage and continue to pay the full mortgage out of property taxes, and the levies would accumulate.
Yeah, again, you can adjust that up and down depending on the amount of levies that you're getting on a year-to-year basis, but at the very beginning, yeah, you'd be paying the full amount, I would imagine.
How long would it take you to come back with a more definitive plan on how this levy system might actually work?
So we're back in a week to talk about this again. So between now and next Tuesday, we can have a conversation. I'll try to give you a better answer for that.
Okay, thank you. I'm next on the speaking order. So a question for you when it comes to offsite levies, and I've been around a while. So you do the offsite levy bylaw based on what's coming forward and how much each lot is going to pay into it. But if you build something, there's your block, and then you decide to add on to it in 5 or 10 years from now, you can't go back to the well, correct?
Your worship, you can if it's an identified project at the start. So if we set it up so that we had a project in the levy that was fire hall, and 15 or 20 or however many years later there was expansion, you could, if you can show that the need is required because of development.
But how would you get that back from the existing lots?
Your worship, they would pay, the levy rate would be set at the start, so they would be paying as you go. It'd be like a reservoir where we build the first half of the water reservoir now, but we plan to build the second half later. So the levy for each project is $1,000 a lot, but we're going to collect $2,000 from everybody up front to pay for the second project as we go.
But then wouldn't you have to be committed to doing that? Otherwise you're...
That is correct.
Yeah, otherwise there would be fraud on the city's part. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks. Alberta municipalities released a report on OSL changes in 2021, and one of the concepts they discussed in this report is front-ending developers. And the wording says, if a municipality wishes to require a developer to construct some of the infrastructure contemplated under the OSL bylaw, a levy credit may need to be contemplated where the situation is that the project cost exceeds the developer's OSL contributions. What's administration's interpretation of that, of front-ending this and essentially having a developer front end this with future contributions to the capital reserve?
Your Worship, the Councillor Noyan. So there's two pieces to that, and we have used exactly what that says in terms of levy credit. And we use that more when it's a major water line or a road that has to run through that development and serve that development. And there's early in the levy, for the development process, and the levies are built up. We've had to do that. Have the developer pay, they get a levy credit, and then that gets paid back basically at their next development. In the case of a fire hall, I think that there's another section in the levy that says you can't compel a developer to pay for things beyond the benefit of their development.
But how is this fire hall not the benefit directly of?
It is the benefit of that quarter section, but it's not just that quarter section.
It has to exclusively be to the benefit.
I'm not 100%. We'd have to get a legal opinion on that, but that's my understanding.
Okay, yeah. Could I just send that as an inquiry for follow-up then? The other comment I have, or question, is Troy mentioned that this is coming back in a week. Were you referring to our offsite levy policy? I thought that was coming in June, or were you referring to what Councillor Kelly was asking?
Through your worship to Councillor Noyan. So next week, our intention was to bring an update to council on the work we've done to date on the offsite levies, how we've arrived at the calculations and the approach to the draft bylaw. So that is going to be a touch point with council just to let them know what work we've done to date. The bylaw itself, we're in the engagement process. We're just about to embark on that. So our expectation is that the earliest we would bring a proposed bylaw is July 8th, because there are a number of steps we need to complete before that point.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. And then subsequent to that answer, why would we even be looking at a motion in this package on a fire station if our offsite levy policy hasn't been ratified and approved by council? I feel like we're putting the horse before the cart if our policy isn't in place for potential options that we could consider to fund this capital project.
Through your worship to Councillor Noyan, I think this is really a matter of council's comfort and what council is willing to say yes to at what point in time. We are going to proceed with the offsite levies bylaw because that's something that we need to do to address various infrastructure costs. If council feels that they have enough information and they're comfortable with making a decision on the scope of the fire station at this point in time, that's something council may decide. If council likewise feels that they would rather have the offsite levy bylaw, then it would be up to council to delay that decision. So it's really a comfort level of council.
All right, okay. I don't see anybody else. I just have one more question.
Okay, go ahead.
Section 648, I'm sure you're of the MGA 2.1. This is offsite levy calculations. This is where we need to adhere to the criteria in here. How does this math work? Can you just give maybe a high level overview of what you're doing for this calculation, given that we have absolutely no idea what the density in these areas is going to be, because that is one of the criteria as set out in the MGA.
Your Worship, the Councillor Noyan. So the density is one that you can use. But in terms of this one specifically, what we used was the 10-minute response map. So you have the existing hall that can come so far south and the new hall that'll go so far north. And then there's obviously a whole bunch of overlap in between. So starting with that 10-minute response map and then looking at where it would make sense for the natural cutoff be for response from a fire hall. So the north one, even though it could respond, say, to Friesen Brothers, probably wouldn't because it would make more sense for the south one to respond. So we created a cutoff line there, and then it's just by area. So the area that we then say that the south hall can service is X number of hectares, and about 30% of that is already constructed. I have the actual number, but it's
but my
roughly
question
30.
was about the calculation of levies according to the rules as set out in the MGA, not a 10-minute response time. And how is that being done without any idea of what the density is going to be?
Your worship, the council, and so the MGA says that there has to be a technical basis for the calculation. Density, you can use density, you can use area, you can use land use. You don't have to. Those are the different things you can use. So we've used the area that hall is going to service. And so then the relative proportional benefit to what is already developed versus what isn't developed.
Okay, I appreciate that, Grant. I'm looking forward to the rationalization of how you and the decision process for this math.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Harris.
Having written about 6 offsite levies and presented to councils over the years, I think I understand it quite well, and I think you presented it quite well. So effectively, we're looking at the area in South Fort that will ultimately benefit from this particular project. And the developers, as they bring on a new development area, let's say they bring on a full quarter section, we would figure out a value for whatever the unit rate we're going to do. And so if they bring on X number of an area with those lots, then ultimately that's what they would pay. And then they would recover that payment on the input cost for the lots that they sell to individuals. Is that a fair assessment?
Your worship, the council, if I followed you, yes.
I know what the answer is, and I'm just asking as a question. So in other words, the developer, as far as you know, will then recover their costs as an input cost in the development of the front foot of each lot that they sell.
That's correct, yes.
That includes all infrastructure costs that ultimately their development draws benefit from, whether it's oversized pipes in the ground or oversized roads.
That's correct.
Correct? Good, thanks.
Okay, thanks. I've got one more question for you. So, being able to utilize offsite levies is only for things like fire halls has only come up in the last number of years. Is that correct?
Your worship, that's correct.
Right.
I can't remember the exact year, but yeah.
So within what you're stating within your report here, on a $24 million project, we could look at receiving 50% of the project back in offsite levies, if I'm reading that correct?
Your worship, just short of 50%, yes.
So I guess the question that I have is, wouldn't that be considered a really good deal to use offsite levies, build the project and have it 50% funded by offsite levies?
Your worship, that's I guess a decision of council.
Good answer. Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Yeah, thanks, Grant. You showed a schedule at the beginning with option 1, option 2, option 3, what you thought the recovery rate would be for offsite levies.
Yeah. That one, yeah.
So for option 1, it's actually 65%, not 48%.
That's correct, yes.
Approximately.
Yes.
Super. So that'd be an even better deal. You don't have to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Okay, so you can go back to that slide if you like. So, but I'm thinking about the amount of interest that we're going to be paying. So, how long does it take to recover the, say, concept 165% funded from levies? What is the timeline for recovering that amount of money? Because that's not being paid up front by developer.
Your worship of council, and so the $9 million being recouped from the developer, is that the question?
Yeah.
That would be, I guess, based on the pace of development.
Right, exactly. So I don't know if that's very very accurate number because that's not going to be front ended on the cost of the project. What I have a question about, last one for me, and I'll be quiet, Councillor Harris. is so if we're thinking about doing this and it will be done in this fashion in some or the other, why do not we take but do concept one at 9 million, put this into the reserve fund for future capital expenditure, and then at the time that it's needed, then build out to the complete $25 million concept, instead of doing it backwards and waiting for the developer levies to pay off as we accrue interest on the debenture.
I didn't follow that. Sorry, I apologize.
Mr. Fleming.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't follow.
I
just
don't think anybody followed that.
Yeah.
What did I say?
So I think it sounded like you were sort of saying if we build, you were talking about concept one, if we build concept one and the money, we use the levies to sort of go into an account that we could use on the expansion in the future.
Exactly.
I think that would be an option. Yep.
I think that's a really good option. Thanks.
Okay. Sure. Okay, Councillor Harris.
So let me get this straight. So if we decide to go with option one and we calculate the levies to build that, we can't include the expansion of those fire halls unless we have another levy further down the road. Correct?
Your Worship, to Councillor Harris, we would include a project for those things within the current levy.
Well, then your report is somewhat erroneous, in my opinion, because ultimately doing option three is the full meal deal that ultimately gives us the future fire hall that we're going to need to service the buildup of our community over the long haul, over many years. And so that right now is $20 some odd million. In your base cost thing, you're showing the various levy funds and that sort of stuff. So that gives us what the developer would pay on a per hectare basis, correct?
We'd calculate that per hectare, yes.
Right. And so as they do development, they would pay into us. But if it's only on the option one, you're still going to have to calculate the offsite levy on the final project once it's totally built to meet the total needs of our community, correct?
Your Worship, Councillor Harris, I think I'm following. Yes, there would be there'd be two projects within the levy is what we'd have to start with. One would be the base and one would be the future expansion.
Right. So as the developer brings new development on stream, they ultimately would then pay their levies that would be both the basic shell, if that's what it is, plus the further enhancement going forward. I don't see this. I'm not reading that in attachment 8 in that light. You're presenting something as an option one is a better deal than option 3, because ultimately we're going to end up with an option 3. Is that a fair assessment?
Your Worship, the Councillors, I guess that's a decision of council in terms of what that final outcome is. This was just to try and compare the options that we had developed.
Is administration not telling us that the requirement for the city in the future would be a fire hall with a training facility, with an emergency planning, or an EOC, I call them, and all of that? So that would then give us the deluxe fire hall that ultimately would meet our needs well into the future, and with however we choose to use the existing fire hall. If that's going to be the cost, then ultimately we have to recover levies on that total cost based on the estimate now. Is that correct?
Your Worship, to Councillor Harris, that's correct.
Right. So the developer's still going to end up paying the full cost on a per hectare basis, or whatever the unit cost is that we come up with, relevant to the legislation.
That's correct.
Okay. Councillor Kelly, round 3.
Thank you. Because I had trouble hearing Councillor Harris and got lost in the back and forth questions. I think I understand you, Grant. We can start out with a basic model, whatever that happens to be, and put that as a developer levy, and it will be recovered through future land sales by the developers and reimbursed to the city over a period of years. We can also, as part of the design of the fire hall, say this is our base model. But when the population reaches 40,000, for example, we're going to add this to the back of it and build it up 3 stories and add 4 more bays. And we're going to do a budget for that. And we're going to start charging you today for that future cost as well. The developer gets credit for the fact that the time value of money, that isn't going to be spent for another 15 or 20 years. So they're not paying, they're getting credit for this imputed interest in that, and it builds forward. Nonetheless, the city gets to earn interest on monies it collects in advance of spending. The developer doesn't have to pay them. The full amount will be paid for the developer by the developer, or at least to 60 or 70%, whatever the calculation is. But the city doesn't have to front end $26 million and wait 30 years to get it back. The city has an option of front ending $9 million and saving for the other 25 or whatever million for the second expansion. Is that essentially correct, Grant?
Worship Council Kelly, I'm just trying to catch up a little bit. I think generally, yes, we may not have, you wouldn't have enough funding probably to pay for that full second, but you'd have some in the bank to pay for, yes.
Well, we're saving towards the next stage of the development, and rather than funding it 100% on year 1 and waiting till a population of 40,000 to actually have it make economic sense, we're building what we need today and phasing the construction so that it makes a little more economic sense, and the population demand for that facility would make more sense at a later year. And the developer still pays, and the city will collect. It's how we phase the construction and how we phase the borrowing to have that construction. And I think I'm clear. But if there's anything that rattle on that confused you, ask me, because I want to be 100% clear on this.
No, Your Worship, Council Kelly, I think I understand what you're saying on that, yeah.
Thank you, Graham.
Okay, I've got one more question since we're going down this. So when you talk about saying, well, if you're going to do a second project number of years later, what we heard though was for every year that you delayed, you would actually add $4 million onto the project. Isn't that what I heard last time? I think I heard that and saw that in the report, that the cost goes up like $4 million.
To Your Worship, I'd have to look in the report. I think it was a percentage in the report of an increase year over year. Yes, but I don't know exactly.
So then I guess my question to Mr. Schaefer then, so by doing a basic now, and then how many dollars would you be basing an expansion on based on that information that, you know, I mean, you look at the Dow Center right now, it was built for 25 million. Now it's probably about $100 million project. So how would you estimate the cost escalation?
Your Worship, if that were the way we were going to do it in phases, we would, through the first phase of design, we would have the concept developed for the second phase, and we would cost it based on that, and then use an inflation factor out to that projected year of build.
That doesn't really tell me what the answer is.
I can't tell you what the number is because we don't have that breakdown.
And then I guess my last question, for all the building that we've done in the past, whether it's City Hall or Harbor Pool, and even the JRC, everything's being built for expansion in the future. Can you tell me which one, other than putting the front on the JRC, we've actually looked at doing, like in the existing footprint? Not including the tower over here, but this building was meant to be 3-4 stories. So you don't have to answer.
I'm trying
You
to
don't have
think.
to answer. That's okay. Okay, let's see. We are on round 3. That goes to Councillor Harris first.
Well, I'm still trying to understand. So if we know that the eventual building that we're going to need to meet the emergent response needs in our community into the future is going to be X cost, which we know right now would probably be option 3. Is that, am I correct in assuming that?
Your worship, Councilor Harris, that's what the report showed, yes.
Kind of right now, it's kind of the deluxe model to meet our needs well into the future is the way I'm reading it. And so ultimately, we would be saying to the developers that here's the cost, and as you bring on your things, you're going to pay that to us. We put it in a reserve fund, and yes, it's going to earn interest, Councillor Kelly, of course. That inures to the value of that fund over time, but it can only be used for the particular project against which the levy has been collected, right?
Your worship, Councilor Harris, that's correct. It can only be used for that project.
Yeah, so you can't just say you're going to have just one small little concept one. You're going to actually have a number of projects over time if council decides they want to build a fire hall in that way, kind of piecemeal it sort of thing. Add this on, add that on, add that on. But we still have to collect the money to pay for the whole thing when it's finally built, because development's going to take place over time. And ultimately, we have to have a level playing field with the developers in terms of paying to the value they draw from the project.
Worship, Councilor Harris, that's correct. You'd have to identify the projects now and collect for them as you go.
Yeah, so we're not going to be giving them a sweetheart deal on concept one. We're going to say this is what you got to pay on a per hectare basis for everything. And I don't think council really understands that unless I'm missing something.
Okay.
And
sorry. Sorry. I actually took you off. Sorry. You're finished? Okay. Councillor Kelly on round 4.
I'd like to revisit a comment made by Mayor Katcher that I think I heard her say $4 million per year to delay this project. Did you find a reference to that in your report? I didn't see that.
Your worship, to Councillor Kelly. So they gave a year over year out to 2030. I think the assumption was based on 4%. So in 2030, it's about 30 million.
So you budgeted, just for sake of example, a 4% inflation rate, correct? But of course, in 2030, we're playing with deflated dollars. So it's not like it's a real cost of $4 million. Are we correct on that? Am I correct on that?
You're correct.
Thank you. When it comes to off-site levies, Grant, because I too some time ago did some reading, it's my understanding that there is, on a regular and scheduled basis, a recalculation that administration has to do and present to the developer to adjust for known costs or reductions in costs, so that while you're chasing a moving target, the closer you get, the more refined you get, till at the end of the day, presumably the books balance.
Your worship, Councillor Kelly, that's correct.
So it's not like we're giving the developers a break. We're giving everybody a break by not building something that's not needed today, and we'll build it as we need it if we stage this project. You don't have to answer that. It's a statement. Thanks, Grant.
Okay, thank you. So is that all of yours?
Through your worship, that concludes our entire presentation. That's it from us.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris, you indicated you wanted to put one of these motions on. Okay, go ahead.
I'm just finding it. I don't know about the rest of council, but I've benefited from a lot of the information that we've received, and there has been a tremendous amount of information, and the information we spent hours today going over. So I personally believe that we have received enough information to make a decision on an option for the fire hall today. If council doesn't support that, I appreciate that, but I'm of the opinion that we have spent enough time and had enough discussion. There are a few things that need to be filled in. So on that basis, I'm prepared to move option 3, that council amend the 2025 capital budget by adding capital project 25025 Helmuth Ritter Fire Station in the amount of whatever the number needs to be funded from local government. I guess that's just the design work, and so that is 2.1 million for the design cost. Is that correct? Administration? Okay. Whatever the number is, it needs to be funded from the local government fiscal framework LGFF capital grant for the purpose of completing detailed design for concept 3.
Okay, thank you. So Jennifer, you'll be able to put a motion up, and it is 2.1 as per the report.
Yeah.
So as she's working on that to put that up, you can speak to your motion.
You know, I respect that this is a huge decision that we have to make, but again, we're a council that was elected to make a decision, and at some point in time you have to say, do we have enough information? And if you individually don't feel you have enough information, I guess you won't support my motion. But I believe that we have all the information that we're ultimately going to need to make a decision in this regard. It will come down, I guess, in your own mind, whether you support it or not, as to whether or not you want to piecemeal this project or whether you want to build it right and build it once and build it in the not too distant future. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. Let's build it right. Let's build it once and build into it over time. I can see if we do that, then ultimately we would probably, and we talked about this earlier, we would be building the new fire hall to be used as the new fire hall, and the existing fire hall would ultimately be used in a different context going forward than what it is today. Once we have the new fire hall up and built, and training facility and EOC, and all of the things we need to ensure that we can meet the fire response needs for our community into the future. That's ultimately what it comes down to in my mind, is making a fundamental decision to ensure that we can ensure that the community is adequately protected going forward. That's my point of view. And that's why I wanted to put this motion on the table today.
Okay, thank you. It's open for discussion and debate. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, I think I can count maybe 5 or 6 questions that were asked. That the answer was, well, that's an option and that's a decision for council to make. And I think 3 of those are quite integral to my decision when we're considering the motion up front of us right now. I first believe that our offsite levy policy needs to be finalized, and that's going to be done in 2 months from today, prior to deciding on a design and going ahead, so that we or I have a good idea of how this is going to be funded, what that structure looks like, what the debenture is going to cost. And financing for a project is the first step in getting that project to completion. No different than buying a car or a house. If you don't have that plan in place, then you don't get the outcome of what you're looking to have. Furthermore, concept 3 is it includes a fire training tower. Discussion was had regarding this fire training tower. I had asked a question during last meeting about the location of this, and I do believe, as some other members of council do as well, that this would be better suited in an industrial area, and then you can have all the fun in the world. I think it would be a valuable asset to our city and needs to be built in due course. Having it front your abutting an area structure plan with residential and the potential hazards that's going to create is not something that I'm willing to support today. And the comment of, we have the car crushing training center, extrication training, and there's broken glass there with a safety fence around it. anybody can go stand on broken glass. That's a statement that creates fear in residents, and it's something that doesn't sit well with me at all, because anybody can go do any dangerous activity they want. I want to make sure that our fire hall is built for now and for the future, and because of that reason, I want the decisions to be made on the design, the fire training center, soon and in due course, and properly financed. So I do have major concerns about the motion that's before us, and in no way can I support this one.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Batoye.
Thank you. Before I speak on the motion, I just want to really commend the administration for all the work you've done. This was a really solid report. So thank you for doing all the work. But for me right now, I'm just not ready to vote on this motion because, first of all, this is a very emotional subject for me. But I feel like there's just a lot for me to take away and go and digest and think about it because I'm still kind of conflicted and I haven't quite made a decision on where I sit right now. So as a result, I'm not ready to vote on a motion right now. And so for that reason, I would not support the motion, but I really appreciate all the work that has gone into this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kelly. Whoops, sorry.
I won't support the motion either. For all the reasons Councillor Nguyen referenced, plus some others. The biggest thing is that we haven't got not only do we not have the off-site levy part of it figured out yet and approved yet, we haven't yet talked to, as far as I know, the other partners in the off-site levy, and that would be the developers. And I know they have registered concerns already with this council on the proposal number 3 that was in front of council at the last meeting and again today. I absolutely see no reason and no benefit to our citizens whatsoever in building a facility that is way overbuilt to what we need currently, and to say that we can do it cheaper today than it will be then, or that we do it once and do it right, carries no weight with me. We do it right every time, and to do it right means you properly size it, you properly figure out the need, and you build to the need, not for 25 years out, because that's just way too far into the future. It makes no sense to pay today for something you're not going to use for 25 years. Makes no sense whatsoever. So no, sorry, cannot support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Blizzard.
I do support this motion. I think we've been looking at this for, around 10 years. Council has been looking at the needs of a new fire hall. I do believe if we're going to do it, we should do it right. The off-site levies that we're now allowed to collect for a new fire hall give us some support in that direction. I've heard from a lot of people that why would we do other things for the community and not take care of our safety? I think that's a very important part of living in a community. And it's called a fire department, but I've also heard that if I happen to have a heart attack, you will also come if needed. So they're more than just a fire department. The training facility, I do have reservations about it, but make sure we have enough fencing. And like I said, maybe if the planning department, are you listening, does a strip mall in the back that won't affect people right away, or direct neighbors right there. I think this is something that our city needs. The current fire hall is definitely stretched, and we need more room. So I will support this.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. I'm going to support the motion too. The topic of the fire hall came, I think it was in 2016, maybe 2017, but we had purchased the land before that. And a lot of people who back onto there actually have said, when are you building that? I bought here because I want to ensure I am within a proper, adequate fire response time. And I know somebody could say, well, you should have built somewhere else or bought somewhere else, but our city is growing. We annexed Point of Pins, They're way outside the 10-minute fire response. So I guess if they go up, they just go up, and, you know, it's just recovery is all it is. But this is really about, for me as the mayor, it's about having, it should be about having the vision for the future. But unfortunately, we had this vision back in 2016. So we're talking, that's what, how many years ago that we had a vision saying, this is what we want for the future. So even when we talk about, today we're not approving, the next council is going to actually approve the building. This is approving a design concept. So for me, what this is about, it's saying, okay, well, you know, if we approve this, then Grant's going to go away and bring some options back. And if he's not certain where the next council may be, it may have some lines drawn in it saying, well, if we did this or we did that, you know, we can figure it out from there. But until we actually start talking about getting a design done and understanding that this is the ultimate design, then to me, we're not a council with a vision of the future. So 2016, that would have been my vision of the future. 2024, it's not really about the future, it's about the now. Because we are seeing nothing, we're going to see Landrex is going to start their new subdivision. We know they're going to do their neighborhood report, and then they want to get started. We know Strata's going to get started on their quarter section as soon as they can get their plans done. So it's not like the building is stopping. And I mean, West Park is growing. We've got West Point or Windsor, and you go down into the Landrex subdivision, you look how far that is away. So this isn't about future, this is about now. And people want safety. When we talked about the pool project, I'll be honest, I said I really wasn't supporting $72 million, but I would support it if the majority of council was going to, but not at the cost of the fire hall, putting the extra few million dollars in there. My feeling was, if that was the case, then don't do the, like, just go with like the third option or something and not go with the biggest option. You know, I supported the pool, absolutely, I supported the pool. But safety is something that is a requirement. People are asking for that. We pay large amounts on our insurance. And I can tell you right now, one of the households that had a fire in West Park, because he had a fire, now he's in a position now that his premiums are going way up because he wasn't within the 10 minutes. So, you know, I just appeal to council to say, it's time to get the design done. I think our public deserves that. I really do. So I'm going to leave it at that. But this isn't, you know, as the mayor, that's where I would be. Thank you. Councillor Macon?
Thank you. I really don't appreciate comments that indicate that the pool has an impact on this vote, or that members of council would vote for one in lieu of the other.
Just point of order, that was my comment that I made that day, that I only supported it based on the fact that I would hope that that wouldn't happen. So it wasn't about all of council.
I'm not sure that that is really entirely how it came out. So I believe this council does have a vision. It is not that a fire hall is not going to be built on those lands. This council has committed to that. I'm not supporting this motion today, not because I don't support the fire hall or because I support the pool and recreation any differently. That is not fair. I would like to know the answer on the levies. I think that that's important work that needs to come before this, so that we can understand the impact that has been saying. And I also was not expecting to make a decision today. Today was a heavy day. It was a little bit rough. There was lots of conversation, a lot of back and forth with administration, and it was my understanding that we would have the ability to then wait for another one to really take in all that information. And I'm not entirely sure what I want to do with the training facility. And I think there's a number of members of council who are not sure about that component. And so getting time for the levy to come back and scheduling it on another meeting where we can have the time to go away and think about it was what I was expecting to happen today. So I really look forward to getting the levy information back and being able to make a decision. But I do think that this council will have the design chosen in short order. We're going to get there. We're just going through a process.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, round two.
Yes, thank you. I'm not supporting this particular motion, not because I don't think we should make our 10-minute commitment either. Absolutely not. I'm not supporting this motion because also it's not a motion. We don't have to make a decision. The next council is going to make the decision. No, we're going to, supporting this motion means we're committing to the design dollars, and the next council, this creeping commitment process, the next council will find it incredibly hard to change the mind of this council, even if they wanted to. So I'm going to avoid the creeping commitment concept or process of how we deal with this stuff. The pool versus the fire hall. Councillor Macon, if you were referring to me, I'm not saying there was a vote either or. I'm just reminding council that the increase in the cost of the pool over what was on the budget last December and approved last December to what was voted for by this council, that increase would pay for the nicest fire hall in this plant. With money left over, I still think so. I too have a vision for the future. And if we build the very nice, very expensive pool and the very nice and very expensive fire hall, we're leaving the next council with darn near $100 million in debt, including the existing debt. I don't think that's an enviable position to leave the next council in. I don't think that's an enviable position to leave our taxpayers in. I would support, and I understand, and I have the concerns as well, but I understand completely Councillor Macon's comments regarding understanding completely the off-site levy. I agree with Councillor Noy administration. I believe firmly we got the cart before the horse here. And but I am prepared as a councillor to take that calculated gamble with option 1A and send administration a way to go start a detailed plan for option 1A. That still allows us to add, when we've considered the training facility, to add that within a month or 2 or 3 or even 6, because it doesn't change the footprint of the building, changes only the parking lots. 1A gets us our response time that we need, gives council time to consider the training facility. I'm prepared to take the what I consider to be limited risk, but nonetheless risk on 1A while I wait for administration to bring back more detail on how the off-site levy will work. So I know it's been a long day. I'm going to try council's patience one more time, and Mayor Katcher, if in fact Councillor Harris's motion fails, I will move 1A, and I won't have much to say because I've already said it. We'll see what the rest of council says, and the vote can be pretty quick. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Harris on close.
I appreciate it.
Whoops, just a second. Go ahead.
I appreciate everybody's point of view. I know it's a difficult decision. We're here to make a difficult decision. And I believe we've had all the information we need. There is some further refinement to the information, but we're asked to look at a design ultimately for the future. And I believe option 3 is the best one. And obviously there are 3 out of 7 of us who believe that that's the case. And I've moved it so that we can move on, because if not, you will be paralyzed. We need a little bit more information. Oh, we need a little bit more information. Oh, we need that. And it's a never-ending cycle of needing more information to make a final important decision. Like I said, we've had nothing but information. Yes, there's some questions. I agree with that. But I think at this point in time, I moved it because I think we have to get on with life.
Okay, thank you. Motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. Motion is defeated, 3-4. Okay, Councillor Kelly, you wanted to put a motion on?
Yes. I will leave administration to put in the proper dollar values.
Just, can you push your button?
Oh, sorry, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. We'll try again. I'll take option 3, the motion. Council amend the 25 capital budget by adding capital project 25025, the new fire station, in the amount of, I'm going to leave that up to you guys. I don't have it in front of me. It's option 1A, whatever that number is. For concept 1A, the last wording.
0.7 million.
Pardon me?
0.7 million?
Yeah, okay, 0.7, sure. As long as that's the correct number. And as I promised, I'll keep my comments absolutely brief. We have beat this thing up both sides of Sunday. I have nothing to add other than I think this option leaves us with the flexibility, allows us to get moving on meeting our response times, allows council a bit of time to reconsider or consider training facility, and allows us to get planning right away. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that one's on for discussion and debate. Councillor Blizzard.
I won't be supporting this motion. I find it kind of odd that after saying that we need more information on the levies, all of a sudden you jump to the cheapest option. So I think we need more information on the levies, and we'll wait until they come forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Thank you for mentioning that, Councillor Blizzard, and that was my first statement talking about concept 3 motion. So that's 2 months away. That's a very short time to wait to have some financing structure in place and a better idea of how we're going to do it. I do agree with Councillor Macon implicitly in that we need a fire hall. We're going to need it soon. There's a few more details to be worked out here, and then we can move ahead with it. And that will be happening in due course here as well. I don't think that concept 1A is explicitly designed for additions in the best in the best engineering capacity. So when this does come back, whatever we decide to do, I hope that the design concept is explicitly drawn for additions to get us up to, as Councillor Harris mentioned, to the option 3 that we'll be moving towards in the near future. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Harris.
That's just, you're just creeping along with concept 1A. I can't support it, although I support the concept of the firewall, and that's why I moved the motion that I moved, because then we can at least have the design. I guess the question that I would leave for each one of you is, when can we actually make a decision that's gonna be the best decision? Option or concept 1A is not the best decision in my mind. I can't support it in that light. I honestly believe build it right, build it now. Build it at the right cost. And this, like if it was 20.9 million, 22.4, whatever it's going to be, I don't think that's a lot of money for this community, especially given the light that we do have the ability to, with some refined numbers on the offsite levy, to ultimately have the development community pay for it, because ultimately what they're doing is their development in our community is demanding the need for protective services, for a fire response, for a reaction, not a proaction, but a reaction in the event of a fire. And I honestly believe putting option 3, concept 3, in that is what we're going to end up doing eventually. I believe what our staff have done is they've done their homework and they've said this is what we need for the growth in our community in the long haul. So on that basis, Councillor Kelly, I appreciate you putting it on the table, but I guess I'm not supporting it just out of principle that we need a bigger approach to this thing, and now. And if not, can we each individually come together and make a decision on this thing in the next month, in the next 2 months, but actually make a good decision, because this is not a good decision if that were the case.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Kelly on close and final comments.
You bet. I wouldn't expect a decision or a motion that was contrary to the first motion to be considered a good decision by those that voted for the first motion. I would remind council as well that the Dow expansion has been paused. That's the official word. I just read in the newspaper today, Honda Motors has paused their planned $15 billion plant in Ontario. They too, just like Dow, are reconsidering their entire worldwide footprint. Dow's stock, for anybody that follows the stock market at all, Dow's share price is down 50% in the last 2 years. It's pretty much consistent with the time they announced Path to Zero. Not that that's the reason, I'm just telling you, there's a coincidence there that might be worth considering. So if the Dow decision is paused, if companies like Honda are pausing significant investments, and I read in the newspaper, I read the business news every morning, read in the business news on an ongoing, almost daily basis, prognostications about the possible recession for the country of Canada in the near future. It's entirely possible that Fort Saskatchewan will not continue to grow the way we think that it will. And my vision of the future for the city of Fort Saskatchewan as I near the end of my second term is not to leave the next council with $100 million worth of debt. I think that's critical and important. So I'm going to leave it at that. I'm quite comfortable with pausing the decision. I put the motion on to give council a choice. I'm good with waiting. It totally fine. So call a question, Mayor Catcher.
Okay, motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. Motion is defeated, 2-5. Okay, where would we like to go? Councillor Kelly?
When I read the potential motions put forward by administration, motion number 2 caught my eye, Mayor Catcher. It talked about the fire department service level policy, bring it back for possible consideration and possible amendments. As I sat here today, it was suggested that in fact that policy was coming back sometime in the near future anyway. So what's the plan with that policy?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, administration is planning to bring that policy back in front of council in 2026.
January 26 or December 26?
Through the mayor to Councillor Kelly, first quarter of 2026.
Perfect. In that case, I can wait on my motion and leave it for the next council to deal with. Thank you.
Mr. Fleming?
So I think, assuming there's no more motions and we're about to move on in the agenda, it does leave it a little bit for administration's purposes, kind of what's next. As Mr. Edgington said at the start of the meeting, it was our intent to kind of see how the meeting went, and then that would help us formulate our plan. We're coming back to council. I don't think we mentioned this specifically. We are coming back to council next week in camera to talk about the levy bylaw because it relates to legal advice. We just wanted to take council through the legal advice we were given, so that's understood. But I would think that this fire hall matter won't be revisited anytime before July 8th then, because that's when we're coming back for the levy bylaw approval, possibly. And I heard a few members of council saying that matter needs to be clarified before this matter is considered again. So that's how I'm taking, what I'm taking away from this. Council can proceed differently, but what I would probably do is work with the councillor to do a notice of motion if that timeline's not, doesn't work. So.
Okay. Is there, I'll ask for a 5-minute break. We're going to keep it to 6 minutes, 6:20. So we'll recess till then.
Tell us later.
Okay, we will resume the meeting and we are moving on to 7.1, 2025 property tax. Mr. Eamon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Jeremy Eamon, Chief Financial Officer, and I'm here to present bylaw C10-25, the property tax bylaw, and to request that it be given 3 readings by council. The purpose of bylaw C10-25 is to establish the 2025 municipal property tax rates and provide for the collection of the 2025 property taxes. This is done in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, along with Property Tax Policy FIN 27-C. The policy states that the setting of municipal property tax rates requires judgment on the part of council, with multiple factors to consider in order to balance the interests of the overall community, distribute the tax burden fairly and equitably, and maintain an affordable environment for residents and businesses. The bylaw ensures that sufficient tax revenue is collected in order to fund the programs and services approved for within the 2025 municipal budget. It also provides for the collection of property tax requisitions on behalf of the province of Alberta and the Heartland Housing Foundation. Provincial requisitions support provincially funded education and the preparation of designated industrial property assessments. The Heartland Housing Foundation requisition provides revenue for a portion of the foundation's annual operating requirements to provide seniors housing within the city. On December 10th, 2024, the 2025 municipal budget was approved by council, which established the city's municipal tax requirement. Subsequent to budget approval, several adjustments were made to the budget based on council motions and those from administration. These adjustments are detailed within Appendix D to the council report. Just some highlighted adjustments include the addition of the curbside waste education project, a recommendation by administration to reduce the net automated traffic enforcement program revenue based on information supplied by the province after the budget was approved, along with various capital projects such as the industrial wastewater extension design, the renaming of 2 local parks, and removal of the outdoor public warning system. Growth assessment revenue represents property taxes that the city collects on the value of new construction and improvements completed during the past year. The 2025 operating budget included estimated property tax revenue due to growth in assessments of $800,000. At budget time in the fall, conservative estimates of the growth revenue are used since the property assessments are not finalized by the assessors until the following spring. Based on the finalized assessments, it was determined that the city will realize approximately $877,000 of additional ongoing property tax revenue in excess of the original growth estimate. In accordance with the city's property tax policy, this additional growth assessment revenue is allocated to the Financial Stabilization and Contingency Reserve, with future budgets reflecting actuals as part of the proposed budget revenues. Next, I'll review the estimated annual property tax impacts for both residential and non-residential property owners, starting with residential. As a residential property owner with an average assessed property value of just over $449,000, which reflects a 5.3% average increase in assessment due to market value changes over 2024, we'll see an increase in annual municipal property taxes of $124.69, or 5.4%, an increase in education property taxes of $105.78, or approximately 10%, and a slight decrease in Heartland Housing Foundation property taxes of 9 cents, or 0.2%. Therefore, on a combined basis, an average residential property owner will see an increase to their total annual property taxes of $230.37, or 6.8% over 2024. This equates to an increase of approximately $19 per month. And for non-residential properties, the owner of a sample non-residential property with an assessed property value of approximately $1,075,000, which reflects an average increase in assessment of 4.6% due to market value changes over 2024, we'll see an increase in annual municipal property taxes of $546.40 or 5.4%, an increase in education property taxes of $236.98 or 6.3%, and a slight decrease in Heartland Housing Foundation property taxes of 80 cents or 0.9%. So on a combined basis, the sample non-residential property will see an increase to its annual property taxes of $782.58 or 5.6% over 2024. And this equates to an increase of approximately $65 per month. Just some items worth noting are that education taxes are set annually by the province and distributed between the residential and non-residential using equalized assessments. For 2025, the province increased the education requisition amounts to offset education costs, resulting in a larger increase to the education tax levy than we've seen in the past. The tax impacts reflect changes in assessed property values similar to those experienced in the overall market. So depending on how an individual property's value changes relative to similar properties within the same assessment class, the actual impacts could be more or less. And just a final note with respect to the city's annexed properties from Strathcona County. The bylaw incorporates certain conditions regarding the annexed properties as per the order in council, which include property tax rates from the year 2020 up to and including 2049. The annexed properties are subject to the lower of the county's and the city's municipal property tax rates. On April 29th, the council for Strathcona County passed its 2025 property tax bylaw, which is a prerequisite for preparing the city's bylaw. For 2025, the annexed residential properties will follow the county's municipal tax rate, while the annexed non-residential will follow the city's municipal tax rate. Administration's recommendations are that council amend the 2025 operating budget to reduce automated traffic enforcement program revenue by $958,297, which is to be funded by a $958,297 one-time transfer from the Financial Stabilization and Contingency Reserve, and that council give 3 readings to bylaw C10-25, providing for the collection of 2025 property taxes. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard?
No questions, but I'm prepared to make the motion.
Okay, I'll come back to you then. Okay. Councillor Kelly, questions?
Yes, thank you. Jeremy, I got a few questions. The education tax levy from the province went up, according to my calculations, $1.992 million, or 12.8% year over year. And yet, when I look down at the tables that you've given us for the impact on the average residence and non-residential property, the rates increased for residential 10% approximately and 6.29% for non-residential. The higher of those rates doesn't even equal the 12.8% increase in the assessment. So how is it that you can magically take 12.8% and make it 10 and 6?
Through your worship, to Councillor Kelly. So 2 reasons for that. First of all, the equalized assessment, which is determined by the province. So we don't split out the education tax levy among the non-residential and the residential based on the city's assessment, but rather on the equalized assessment. So year over year, the province makes changes to that, either up or down. I believe the non-residential actually went down, which is why they're experiencing a lower percentage than what the residential is experiencing. But also the other thing is the growth factor in terms of the growth in the residential and non-residential would also impact that. So even though the education requisition goes up in total, based on the way that equalized assessment works out, it works out to a different, and keep in mind too that this is just for sample purposes. So based on an average house, based on where that equalized assessment falls, that's the estimated tax impacts.
The equalized assessment that the province uses is what, a provincial-wide assessment? How do they have some process? What is that thing?
To your worship, to Councillor Kelly, I don't know the exact details of how they determine the equalized, but it is equalized within every municipality. And so essentially, they use a set of criteria to determine how they're going to weigh or factor in non-residential versus residential. And in this case, in this particular 2025 year, they put a heavier weighting to residential than they did to non-residential. And again, I don't know the reason why. It's just basically those numbers are provided to us directly from the province.
I suspect it has something to do with the actual growth in the assessment base. But our municipal taxes went up 5% and that's after the growth. You follow me? So I think if we were to look back, we'd probably find that we had a 7%, but we got growth, so it magically worked out to 5.7. If that makes sense. Education supplementary assessment. We always talk about that, but when do we do it? Because I didn't see anything in here about the supplementary assessment.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, so supplementary assessment happens in the fall. So that happens, I believe it has a, I think it's a September 30th cutoff, or it's done in the fall after the regular property assessments and the taxation is done to capture that growth that happens after essentially the June 1st. Deadline for taxes, and then captures it to the end of the year, to December, for anything that's not captured by the May assessment.
I thought the supplementary related to the growth that happened from July or August 21, when the cutoff for this assessment is, to December 31 of 24.
So
the last half of the calendar year, not the first half.
So through your worship to Councillor Kelly, so the taxes that are due by residents and businesses June 30th are basically paying for the full taxes from January 1, 25 to December 31, 2025. So based on July 1st, 2024 effective date. But so supplementary then, so if you build a brand new house and move into it in September 2025, you don't have to essentially pay taxes until next June. Supplementary will hit you with taxes due at the end of December 2025 for the months that you lived in it in 2025.
Okay, so why would, and I agree with that description. Okay. It catches me. I built a house years ago in the fort and moved into it December 21, thinking I had one on the city, but I didn't. Right. I got a bill. But that bill is issued for the city by the city when, as part of this process right here, it goes out as part of this, because we're assessing at July 1 on these assessment notices. When do we invoice for supplementary?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I think the actual supplementary assessments go out in October with a due date of November 15th. I believe that's the...
So not
off the
for
top
24,
of my head.
December 31, 24, not till next fall.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I thought it was in the spring. Mayor Katcher, I'll come back. I'll sign out. Let Councillor Nguyen in.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen, you're next.
Just a short procedural question, Mr. Eamon. Thanks for the presentation. I'm wondering why there's a sliding scale of, I believe it's the median residential and business property value when we're looking at the mill rate impact. So why don't we just keep residential at say $450,000 for 5 years to compare, that exact same value of property, and then keep it at 1.1 million for business for 5 years instead? It's easy enough math to do, but I'm just wondering the rationale.
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, so you're asking why does the average residential property value in the sample change each year?
In the sample,
yes.
Yeah, and what's the justification for that? Because you can't really compare, like this is that at the exact same home price, this is the change in the property tax. So in the report, right?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. So what we're trying to do there is we're trying to factor in on the average residential property what the impact of the market value changes happen. If we kept it as a constant, say 450,000, and then when we do our tax impact calculation, we're only going to show essentially what the budget component and the growth component is going to impact the taxes. Then somebody that has a home that rises, 10% versus the average market of 5%, let's say, cannot, you can't compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges in that case. If we show a market value change in our sample, then the average homeowner, because that's what the average homeowner will experience, essentially.
Right. Yeah. Okay. And that's
the only reason why we do it.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks for that answer.
Thank you. Round two, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. On that same subject, Jeremy, then, if I look at the property tax impacts chart, let's just use residential that you had up earlier. The 25 column for municipal tax only, 2434, 2024, 2309. It shows the difference in a assessed value for a typical or an average or a median house. The 24 column takes the 426 and applies to get to 2309, applies the tax rate that was in effect for 2024, not 25.
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, yes, that is the 2024
so
taxes.
20, and I assumed it was, but
yeah.
Councillor Noyan's line of questioning made me second guess here. So 2309 would have been, based on this exact property value, the actual municipal taxes paid for 24.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Mayor Katcher, I still see nobody else. So I'm going to tie you up a little bit longer. What happens if we don't amend the budget? Because I have a real problem amending a budget we passed 3 months ago. We passed that budget knowing what we were doing. So what happens if we don't?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, you're talking specifically to the program ATE revenue?
Yeah, motion one.
So the reason that the budget needs to be amended is because the 2025 budget, as it stands right now, has automated traffic enforcement program revenue and expenses. If it's not amended, then we'll run a huge variance through 2025.
Mm-hmm. But we anticipated that when we passed the budget, did we not? I know we talked about it at length. The potential for that.
Through worship to Councillor Kelly, yes, we did.
So, do we amend the budget for everything that happens, or just this particular item because it's close to $1 million?
Mr. Fleming?
Just through your worship, this would be my opinion, not as a finance person. I think council could not amend the budget and you just run a variance.
Exactly.
I don't think there's significant implications to that. You'll have a variance at the end of the year where you will possibly either have a surplus or you'll use, say, the financial stabilization reserve or surpluses from other places to cover that off. It's just the principle for us is let's pass the most accurate budget that we can when there's known changes, I think is the point.
And I would always agree with that, except in this specific situation where we were struggling with an 11% increase and we knowingly rolled the dice on this one and we talked about it at length. And I think we should have to live with it. I really do. And I agree with you. It's just a variance at the end of the year. If you operate the city perfectly to the budget, we'll come out with a $958,000 deficit and it'll be funded by a reserve. Same effect exactly.
Yeah.
It just shows up as a budget variance, and I firmly believe that it should show up as a budget variance because that's a decision we undertook last December.
Yeah, I think that's an option. Again, I mean, we set out to pass budgets that are accurate and that are balanced, but I don't think council's required to do this amendment. And like you said, it just same force and effect at the end of the day. So.
I have one last question because after 7 years, I still struggle to really understand it. The extra assessment collected, property tax collected of $800 and some thousand, that goes into reserve according to the policy. The budget that was passed last December gets changed also for that 800,000, correct? So when we see the budget in next year's document, it will reflect the extra 800,000 that went into reserve.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly. So that additional growth represents ongoing property tax revenue. So yes, the 2026 budget will include that as revenue.
Not the
Not the
2025
2025,
for
no.
sure.
Yes.
Because I think just a minute. If it's going to show it as a reserve contribution, it must show it as revenue then, because that's only one side of the entry.
Do you want to put your button on?
Sorry, it is, through your worship, it is reflected in the budget, and it is, I believe it's shown as revenue. I've never actually looked at that before. It's just, it's not applied as ongoing revenue.
I think, Troy, it absolutely is shown as revenue, because otherwise we would have an annual revenue variance of several $100,000, and we never do.
Through your worship, if I could just add to that, yes, it is shown as a revenue, but it is offset by a transfer to the reserve.
The revenue line is up here on the budget.
Yes.
The transfer to the reserve happens someplace else on the budget line.
That's correct, yes.
So it is showing.
Yes, that is correct, yes.
The surplus doesn't change because we've taken the transfer.
That is correct, yes.
Shows
based
in
on
both places.
council
Thank
policy,
you.
yes.
We do that again so that we don't show a big variance next year, either one of you. Because I'm questioning now this after 7 years. I'm starting to question why we're doing this.
So
I would sooner show the variance, because it shows that last year we underestimated our tax revenue by $800,000, and I'm going to say, Mr. Fleming, you should do a better job.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly. So
Mr. Fleming, well,
oh,
I get two lights on, so.
I would just take it back to budget time. So at budget time 2025, we estimated what the growth revenue could be. It was $800,000. Of course, we take conservative estimates from our assessor. So we've included $800,000 in the budget. When the finalized assessments come back, we find out we have an additional $877,000. We adjust the budget, but we transfer that for 2025 into reserve, and we include that revenue in future budgets because that is ongoing built-in revenue. The idea being that is at budget time, when we present the budget as administration, council needs all of the information available to make funding decisions, resource allocation. You're looking at budget recommendations. You don't have the knowledge that there's another 877 coming. So right now, when we're amending the budget, that's why it's built into the policy to transfer it to reserve, because council hasn't had a chance to allocate how that money should be spent.
Every time that I do a budget now after 7 years, or 8 years actually, 8 budgets, Jeremy, I know that you conservatively estimate the growth revenue, and I know there will be several $100,000 that go to reserve because administration conservatively estimates, and we base the increased tax rate on that conservative estimation. I'll leave it at that. That is just a statement. Mayor Katcher, I'm done. I've got some comments on the motion. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, I'll go to, oh. No, I didn't. I just turned it off. No. It was on. I'll go to Councillor Blizzard for the motions.
Actually, I have one question before the motion. I've noticed in some cities, instead of going by the average house price, they go by your tax rate per 100,000. Why isn't that something we do? Because I have seen that in a few cities.
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, I have not actually seen that. We've always used an average residential. That's what our assessors use the language, and so we just kept that.
Maybe it's someone translates it into that, but I have seen that. Okay, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I make a motion that council amend the 2025 operating budget to reduce automated traffic enforcement, ATE, net program revenue by $958,297, which is to be funded by a $958,297 one-time transfer from the Financial Stabilization and Contingency Reserve.
Okay.
And in speaking to that, I think this is like our CAO said, it's just good practice to do the budget as current as possible.
Okay, thank you. I'll accept the motion. It's open for discussion and debate. Councillor Nguyen.
I agree.
Don't you Councillor Kelly.
Geez, thanks for that, Councillor Noyan. You helped me a lot. I know I'm going to be standing alone on this, but I'm going to vote against it. We knew when we passed the budget that this result could actually happen. And still, we passed that budget and it made us all feel pretty good for accomplishing something that we 3 months later have to go, sorry, we're going to make an accurate budget and put it back in. Like there should be a variance. Why? Because we made a conscious decision to do that and we should own up to it. I'm going to leave it at that. I'll be the only one that votes against it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to support the motion. I actually understand where you're coming from because we're taking 800,000, we're putting it into reserves, and I absolutely 100% understand where you're coming from and think it should just be offset in the balance. We did make a decision to leave this in because we did not know at the time in December when the province was going to look at taking the ATEs out. We were hoping that maybe we would have some opportunities with the province to go in and say, you know what, this is an actual corridor in our city that they should be able to be left because they're not cows, they're actually for safety. But most of the municipalities have already abandoned and said, no, that's not going to happen. So the province came out a little bit faster than we had thought that they were going to come out with. And they come out and said, April 1st, that's it, it's done. So we only get whatever money we got between January and April 1st. So we know conclusively that there is no going back to the well with the province at this point in time. So if that's the case, then we pay the piper. But I do agree, we could take the 800,000 of surplus and just offset it. But for this purpose, I'll support the motion. Councillor Lizard on close. Okay, motion is closed. Please cast your vote. Yeah. And the motion is carried. You can proceed. Oh, sorry.
I make a motion that council give first reading to bylaw C10-25, providing for the collection of the 2025 property taxes.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak to it?
It's necessary.
Okay, thank you. It's open for discussion and debate. Not seeing any, I'll close the motion on first reading. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. You can proceed.
I make a motion that council give second reading to bylaw C10-25, providing for the collection of the 2025 property taxes.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak to it?
No. Good.
It's open for discussion and debate. Not seeing any. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously, and you can present it for unanimous consent. And just FYI, this is very time sensitive. If anybody decides not to vote for unanimous consent, we would be having an additional meeting on Thursday. Just FYI.
I make a motion that council provide unanimous consent to proceed with the third and final reading of bylaw C10-25, providing for the collection of the 2025
unanimous
property
consent.
taxes.
Unanimous consent.
I thought I read that. Oh, sorry, did I mix them up? I make a motion, I thought I said that. I make a motion that council provide unanimous consent to proceed with the third and final reading of bylaw C10-25, providing for the collection of the 2025 property taxes.
Okay, thank you. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote.
All good.
Okay, that is carried unanimously, and you may proceed with third.
I make a motion that council give third reading to bylaw C10-25, providing for the collection of the 2025 property taxes.
Thank you. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you and have a good evening. Okay, we are moving on to the next one. Any notice of motions? And I understand, Councillor Noyen, you have one.
Yeah, I'll have a motion and then a motion to remove the waiting period. So I'll move that Council of the City of Fort Saskatchewan endorse Councillor Patrick Noyen, myself, to stand for election on FCM's Board of Directors for the period starting in June 2025 until the end of council term of October 2025.
Okay, so this is just notice. So you would actually technically have to have a date in there, but I know you are going to ask for a waiver of that.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so then you would need to go to your motion, correct?
Yeah, that's correct, to your worship. I was going to chime in that I believe it actually has to be another member of council to make the motion to endorse.
This one is just giving notice.
This is notice, so it's not the motion itself.
Yeah, this is just giving notice.
That you would move the motion at the next meeting, and then we're waiving the provision. So I think I...
But we need the notice of motion first procedurally, and then we need to take a vote to suspend it. So this is notice, so he would give notice, and that would technically actually have the next meeting date on it. Right. Okay.
Sorry, does it make it easier if I give the notice of motion, for instance?
Yes. Yeah.
Just put his name on it then.
Wait, okay. Lisa was going to.
It doesn't matter.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to take it as a notice of motion, and then, yeah, and that would actually have the date of the next meeting on it, but then we will take a subsequent motion, yeah.
To waive the waiting period.
Yeah, to waive the waiting period.
Yeah, we're going to put that up on eScribe right now to waive the notice provision.
I think they have a motion that's prepared.
It's me? It's a 5-month term.
No,
hold on, I'll speak to, sorry, yeah.
Okay, just everybody, we'll ask questions once we get to the waiver. If it's waived, then we'll go to the original motion. Okay, so I'll go to Councillor Macon.
Do you guys see the motion?
So there should be a motion to suspend the, or to waive the waiting time. I believe that was done up. There it is.
I'll make the motion that council waive the
sorry.
Go ahead. Okay. I'm okay now? All right. I'll make the motion that council waive the notification period for the notice of motion as per section 27.13 of council meeting procedures bylaw C29-22 and vote on the motion to endorse Councillor Patrick Noyen to the FCM's Board of Directors at the May 13th, 2025 council meeting.
Okay, and this does require 2/3 in order to pass. So I will close the motion. And this one is not saying you support him doing this. This is only saying that we'd have the conversation tonight. So please cast your vote. Okay. All right. So then we can go to the motion. So Councillor Macon, you can read the motion in.
Sure.
You're still on.
Is it coming up? Okay. I'll make the motion that council endorse Councillor Patrick Noyen to stand for election on FCM's Board of Directors for the period starting in June 2025 until the end of council term of October 2025, and that council assumes all costs associated with Councillor Patrick Noyen's attending FCM's Board of Directors meetings.
Okay, thank you. Do you wish to speak to that?
I will let Councillor Noyen make his case.
Okay. Councillor Noyen.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Kelly. You look like you have some reservations. So I attended a BOMA event in Edmonton on Saturday, and I spoke with a couple individuals who had opinions on the FCM being needing good qualified candidates from Alberta to speak to issues in the federal political realm. And I spoke to two other former members of the board of directors at FCM who told me about the role and encouraged me to put my name in for election. I looked up the seat subsequently with Alberta and the Prairie provinces, and currently posted on the website are two candidates out of the 5 open positions, open seats for Alberta seeking election. So there's not a great showing right now. Whether that's been updated within the last few days. I looked that up on the weekend. So to my knowledge, there are vacant seats that need to be filled from Alberta. I think this is a very good way to advocate for the Prairie provinces and to have the ear of the federal government. And I believe Fort Saskatchewan would benefit from a director on FCM's board, given the amount of industry within our heartland, within our industrial area in Fort Saskatchewan, being drivers for economic growth in our country right now. And I was discouraged at the last FCM conference that I attended when the Prime Minister of that time essentially downloaded responsibility towards municipalities for the amount of fiscal policy repercussions that were incurred by decisions of that government. And that didn't sit well with me. And subsequently, I am deciding to run for the board of directors, because if I'm not going to be complaining, then I'm going to be attempting to change and advocate for what I think is needed with FCM at the moment. And I have a good understanding of FCM's roles, and would like to be a part of the organization. And, yeah.
Okay, thank you. It's open for, questions and that. So I'm actually going to jump on first. So it says right now June to October for the balance of this term. So I guess, and all costs. So do you have what the all costs are? Because I would never write a check without knowing what the costs are. So that's going to be a question that you're going to have to answer.
That's fair, yeah.
And when you talk about the roles and responsibilities, so what's the obligation, requirements, how much time? Because I know sometimes it takes a lot of time away from a person's existing duties. So I have a lot of questions that aren't answered through this. So I really need to have those answered. I don't have a problem having a member of council sitting on or running for the board of directors, but I really need some questions answered, because this is just like writing a blank check, and I'm having a little bit of trouble with that. So if you want to answer that. Do you have the answer?
I don't have specific numbers for the events that are occurring between June and October of this year. Perhaps Councillor Abatoye can comment on the.
Can you put your mic on? Sorry.
Do you know the answer on?
So I know they usually have a fall, a winter, and then they have about 2 board meetings outside of the FCM conference. So if this is May, there's going to be the FCM conference this month, and then there'll be one in September. But I assume you're just going to be one more before the end of October. So maybe 3,000, something like that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly?
I wasn't questioning your capability. I was questioning if you really wanted to commit the time between now and October to do this particular chore. You have said you will, so my question is done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I guess the question that I have, without saying all costs associated, should we, Mr. Fleming, be putting in like a maximum amount? How much?
Yeah, through your worship, if that would make council feel more comfortable, you could do that. these costs will get posted with Councillor Noyen's, like on his expense reports, so it'll be fairly transparent. But if you want to create a sort of a maximum limit.
Well, I'm thinking it should have a one time, because then that way it doesn't carry on into his expenses going, you know, should he get reelected if I, you know,
Right.
yeah. So if we could do a friendly amendment to that, Councillor Macon, to instead of all costs, a one-time cost.
You could say assumes all costs up to $5,000.
If I may, I believe in 2018 when we had the last FCM candidacy motion similar to this, it was actually $8,000 at that time.
Yeah, that was for the whole year.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We could do 5. Not to exceed 5.
You're okay with a friendly of changing that? Okay, so we'll make it a friendly to a maximum of $5,000. That's not hosting a whole bunch of people. Councillor Kelly?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just looking, I assume that these proposed motions were prepared by the group, the organization.
They're prepared by administration from the last time we had the board.
Okay, because I was concerned if this is an expected motion by FCM, it says that council assumes all costs. It doesn't say to a limit of $5,000 in the expected motion. So if we say that, will it still be acceptable?
They just have to change that. It's the city's motion. They've written it up.
And that's only my question. Who drafted this motion, FCM or administration?
That is an adapted FCM template. It was basically fill in the blanks for councillor name and municipal name.
So it is their template.
Yeah.
So if we cap it at 5,000, will they still accept that?
I don't think it would undermine the integrity of the candidacy.
I'm good with that. Okay.
Okay. Councillor Nguyen?
Just on close.
You're not closing.
Sorry, I'm not closing. Yeah, can I just make?
Yes. Okay, we're still on discussion and debate, so. Go ahead on discussion and debate.
Thanks. Yeah, and I'll keep this short, and then we can vote on it. I would appreciate the support for this, as this is a short term, one more meeting this year. If I am successful in being elected in council this fall, as I've declared my candidacy for that, then there's potential for continuing this term, which are typically 2 terms. 2 years for the term. So it could be set up to extend longer than that, and be privy to follow through with that term duration as set out in the bylaws for FCM.
Okay, thank you. Go to Councillor Macon. Get off there. Councillor Macon on close.
I think it's great that you're putting your name forward for this, and all the best with the work ahead.
Okay, thank you. The motion is closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. Are there any other notice of motions? Not seeing any points of interest. I have one, and I know the time is late, but I have to do this one. Dear Mayor Gail Ketcher, the Long Service Recognition Awards program of the Canadian Association of Municipal Administrators, CAMA, is dedicated to honoring and celebrating dedication to their members of public service and municipal management, a cornerstone priority for their association. The awards are based on duration of full-time paid employment in a municipal government, specifically in management roles as CAOs. This year, it is their privilege to acknowledge the commitment of our city manager, Troy Fleming, for his remarkable 15 years of service in municipal government. And then it says, and his recognition has been mailed to him. But I think that is a point of interest that warrants having it acknowledged in front of your council, because you've been with us in that capacity for 2/3 of that, so if not almost all of it. So, Councillor Kelly?
An inquiry when you're ready.
Oh, okay. Were there any other points of interest? Doesn't look like it. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, a couple or 3 meetings ago, I've lost track of time, there was a commitment to get some historic numbers for RCMP staffing in the city of Fort Saskatchewan. I'm just wondering what progress, if any, has been made on that. And you can get back to us at another time if you need to.
Through the mayor to Councillor Kelly, I will touch base with the team and provide council with an update this week.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, if there's no others, I'll take a motion to go in camera. I still got to go there. Councillor Macon.
I'll make the motion that we move in camera for reasons covered under FOIP.
Okay, thank you. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously.